I will call this meeting to.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I will call the meeting to order at 9:10 a.m. Good morning and welcome, everybody. Let's do a quick round of introductions. I'm Nancy Wise, Commissioner and Chair.
Pat Malone, Commissioner and Vice Chair.
Zan Oshiro, Commissioner.
Joe Kirby, County Administrator.
Sean McGuire, Board of Commissioners.
Corey Grogan, Public Information Officer.
Lauren Witowski, Board Recorder.
And then we'll have people on the video introduce themselves.
Jeff Van Arsdale, Benton County Sheriff.
Jen Brown, Sustainability Program, Benton County.
And I see we also have Rick Krager with us and a couple others. All right, well, let's see, we can review it and approve the agenda. I don't believe there are any changes to the agenda. I will consider that approved. First up is our 2040 organizational goals / board priorities with Sean McGuire. Please take it away, Sean.
Okay.
Sean, before we get started, just one logistical question, Commissioner. How do you want to handle lunch? This is really.
Oh, good.
We're
Yep.
getting back
I
into
didn't
our
even read my own.
in-person perspective here. We didn't order lunch at this point. If the board wishes for us to do so, we still have the ability to do that. We do have 40 minutes built into the agenda for a break.
So Pat and Zan, lunch.
I'm okay.
I brought mine today knowing that we hadn't ordered.
Yep, I brought mine.
Okay, great.
No lunch. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. I really do appreciate the time. I do have to say, these are the days that I miss the depot, which is always just kind of fun. It's a wonderful experience. So I'm here today to talk about how we're going to be addressing our long-term strategic planning, specifically with our organizational goals, the department goals, all around 2040, the 2040 initiative. This started back in 2016. We had a two-phased public engagement process in which we were contacted by about 4,400 people and just more than 9,000 comments. From those comments, the then 2040 Initiative Council, 20 local leaders, took those comments and identified our community's core values. Those are 5 that are in your packet, all predicated on equity and health. So we're now in 2018, and then County Administrator Joe Kirby convened the ISC, the Implementation Steering Committee. So that committee comprised, which was wonderful, both vertically and horizontal. Vertically, that is, we had department directors all the way down to cubicles. Horizontal, pretty much every department was represented in some way, shape, or form. So we got a lot of feedback on that. From that, and going back to the depot, identifying the focus areas, that was our way of operationalizing the concepts that are our core values. That's a little over a year. Commissioners, we were in the depot for 6 hours. We are not going to do that again. Geneva Convention. But it was fruitful. It was a fruitful exercise for the first time for this organization to kind of go through that long-range planning. And talking to Paul Walsinger's predecessor, Chris Bloomberg, the only other time we tried this was in 1997. It lasted about a year. Which is not designed at the time to do that long-range planning. So that was from 2016 to 2018, 18 to 19. Now we have the focus areas. Then we are talking to you about your priorities, predicated on those focus areas. Joe had instructed directors to identify 3 to 5 goals for their department, addressing core values, focus areas, or commercial priority. And then around the precipice of February of 2020, we were about ready to really engage this little thing called COVID hit and pretty much put everything on hold. Fast forward, we are in 2020, getting ready for the 21-23 budget. And again, Joe asked directors to review those goals that they already made, and we insert those into the budget. Now, the challenge of that was we started that in it was late, it was November, and obviously finance needed all these things finalized by February or March. So Jan Ambuel, Jeff Ambuel, Jane Cedar, myself, finance, Mary, and Rick at the time, really kind of put that in there, not haphazardly, but there really wasn't a lot of time. I'm sharing all this information as now we do, hopefully, as we move forward. And this really is the first conversation leading into the 23-25 budget. And I mean that we've had very informal conversations with directors on a couple parallel initiatives. I've been asking them what worked, what didn't work, but that is what today is about, is to start this process, getting ready for that, especially as we're going to test, getting ready for August, September timeframe to start the process in earnest. But what we need are a couple of pieces at the beginning, and that begins with your thoughts and priorities, both for you, our community, to set, that's kind of one of the first dominoes that need to fall. So I want to start off with that kind of background and stop there, and if you have any additions that I missed or any questions.
I'm not sure if this fits in, but I remember talking with Aaliyah a couple years ago when we were developing the current budget, and I'm a little fuzzy on the details, but trying to go from, well, here's our goals and here's the budget, and she, I think already had it pretty well done, but had a good example of operationalizing a budget item to meet our goals. And obviously Lilia is not here, and I guess the question is, I'm not even sure that was part of her official duties, or, but with that position being vacant, is that part of the position that we're looking to fill?
Sure, I'll take a chance. So Commissioner Malone, I do intend to fill that position at a future date. Relative to our current staffing, our goal was to do triage over the last 6 months, which was to fill our vacancies. And after yesterday, we have now filled all of our vacancies with the exception of that one position. I will be talking to the board more about that position and how it potentially can be used, and getting additional input and ideas from the board, as well as department directors. I have a few ideas of my own. Today is really not, that topic is really not the focus of today. But in this case, it could have been when you were speaking to Lilia, depending on what time frame it was, that Sean and Jen may have already been reporting to Lilia. So she did have oversight of the sustainability program for about 1.5 to 2 years before she left. Unfortunately, being high-centered with COVID, that's why you haven't heard much from us over the last couple of years. And we're trying to use today to redirect our attention to the board priorities, to the focus areas, and to the core values, to get feedback from the board about, what is working for you. Do the focus areas still represent those areas you think we should be focusing on? Do the board priorities, are they still the same, or do you need to or want to adjust them? But we do have some feedback for you along the way for you to consider as it relates to input from the directors and or myself about how things are working. But at the end of the day, if we don't accomplish this today, we will continue the dialogue. But the reason we started it is we really need to have the board speak, if you will, to inform the upcoming budget process.
And if I can just real quick to answer your question for you. Yes, and specific questions we have with finance when we were looking at that FY21 job, November, December, we had illusions of grandeur of if there were ways to capture expenditures per focus area or per commissioner priority to say, county is allocating this much expenditures to equity, to homelessness, to really showcase and have that transparency to the public to say, these are our priorities, and this is how much we're investing, whether it's by expenditures, staff time, et cetera. No way that could be done in the 2 months that we had at the time. I meet with Rick Krager later this week. These are the conversations, as I said, that are just starting to begin, and what is possible? How can we demonstrate to your constituents that we're actually walking the talk? So I just want to.
Thank you.
I interrupted you, Commissioner, sorry.
No, it's okay. I wanted to also address both of you just in terms of a little bit of history from my perspective. I was on that board that spent the 6 hours at the depot with Annabelle Navio and Schuster, really hammering out those focus areas. And the focus areas were derivative from the core values, were supposed to be some kind of subsidiary, and it was more a discussion of themes and what fit into each of those value buckets that was relevant and pertained to the community in some way. And then I was very much the one that pushed the notion of board, because when I first started on the board, that was one of the main things that we focused on in our goal setting was board priorities. What were organization-wide board priorities, and what were our individual priorities that we came to this role with, and trying to make sure that we melded them and that we were not clashing, that we were trying to work as a team to achieve these, in most cases, really ambitious outcomes. So that organizational priorities, I also really felt were not organizational. Well, yes, that's how I saw them, not just as board priorities, but organizational priorities. And I thought those were really, really critical when we started to talk about those, because it was January 2020. We had kind of joined the board already, but Nancy was brand new. We needed to really come together on what those core priorities for ourselves were. And I very much wanted to acknowledge the huge initiatives that were already ongoing in the organization and not add in, another initiative here or there that could topple us over. And then COVID hit. So it was all the more important to know what our organization level priorities were. Clearly, over that last biennium, even though COVID response was not an organizational priority, that became the priority for a period of at least 18 to 24 months. But I also, when we first put together that list, wanted to acknowledge the fact that we've been working on the Justice System Improvement Program for a couple of years already. And it was clearly an organizational and a board priority. And housing and homelessness, we had taken the initiative and pulled City of Corvallis along to create the Hope Advisory Board with a lot of community support. And that was clearly a priority organizationally. The climate action work that we're doing was both a bottom-up and a top-down approach to an issue that was a priority. The good governance that Nancy introduced explicitly, is something that's embedded, I would hope, in everything that we do, but it's always a good idea to remind ourselves of it on a daily basis. And there was one more, word priority, I'm missing it.
Equity.
My head.
Equity and.
Equity, diversity, and inclusion, which was, again, a priority that had been expressed again and again by the earlier board, Annabelle, Ann, and myself. And we were the ones that were very much in support of bringing Hilton on board, creating a program and making those words meaningful and not just a token or an afterthought. So that was my intention originally of pushing for organizational board priorities and not intending to end up with 7, core values, 5 focus areas, 5 organization priorities, and then all those focus areas. And I know that that's become really confusing to our department heads and managers because it's too much. But my goal was not to add to it, but to actually clarify and choose those 5 organizational priorities as something that reflected the core values and that graded some of the focus areas. That was my intent.
And I think a few things. One, from the perspective of the more processed ones, like equity, I think that was widely successful. I think, even before Joe, and again, the timing was so weird with COVID. These discussions started well before Joe's position was even thought. But now that he's here, and not to say Rocio and Charlie and everything the health department did was phenomenal. I'm not saying that aside. But now that there's a central point in the BOC office, having the conversations with directors, candid ones, saying, oh, I didn't think about it in these terms, is something that's come out of this. It's very rewarding and benefits for our office, but the organization. Starting to look at how the integration, when I came in 2015, no. It wasn't, I'm not insulting anyone, it just wasn't there. Now that we're having these conversations, and now even some of these had multiple directors per goal, now we're starting to see the fruit of this labor. It's been a little clunky. We're still in our teenage years, and we'll get into some of the hurdles and challenges, but having that recognition shows that a team one, we're an organization trying to address the challenges to your constituents in our communities, forces us to kind of not just look at the tip of our shoes, but 10, 20, 30 feet down the road. And that's really why we're here today. I agree with you, Commissioner, it shouldn't topple us over. It shouldn't be so overwhelming that it takes away from our day-to-day. But in talking with some of the directors, on a parallel effort, even they're recognizing we need to do more collaboration to do our job.
Yes.
And that focus and priority. If you have 37 priorities, you have no priorities. So how does that, and that's why we're here today. So I want to set a couple things up. Joe said very well what the intent of today is. I did want to say, I have no intention that this is etched in stone today. This is the first conversation. What I'm trying to capture from you all are the things that you are following on this work for? Are the things that can be realigned? And to get that first conversation going so that we can go back to directors and have, like we did 4 years ago, back and forth so that we have what your priorities are, but also something that the government, our organization can move forward, which is some feedback that I've heard from directors. So that's the intent. Thank you for that feedback from your perspective. Greg and I were up there and on the paper, so it's nice to get your perspectives. Thank you, Commissioner. Before we move on, any other points on that? Because I don't want to get into the second, kind of the assessment aspect. Okay. So one you've already alluded to in terms of office. Not all of you were here when this started, so I think that's been addressed. COVID obviously changed the game. We had a meeting with another director that said that we can't go back to January 2020, nor should we, but yes, that's where we are, and how can we reset so that systems are more resilient, and we're not just continuing to do the same thing over and over again. And maybe priorities have changed from these 5 that are on here because of COVID. So I just wanted to bring that attention. We've already talked about the number of topics and issues. I did just hand out to you a form that I just wanted to give you. It's a blue one. You all have different ones. It's not the intent to go through them, but just to let you see what a director sees. This is where the goals came from. And you can see how we checked off the boxes. Lee and I reviewed it. The directors gave theirs. We came feedback. So yeah, you can check it. Core value, focus area, and commissioner priority. I'm just trying to see how that worked out. That's how you can identify how many goals there are.
So Sean, the one that you passed out has 2 separate goals on it? One
Yes,
on the front
exactly,
page,
yeah.
One on the back page.
Exactly. I took the department off. I just want to give you an idea that there's no reason not to do it verbatim, but that's what they're filling out. That's how many check boxes, sending issues. What do you want out of that? That's the detail. What I present to you all are usually just the goal itself, but it might be helpful for you to see what they're also having to work through. There's value to it. We've had wonderful, fruitful conversations with directors to start saying long-term. Usually we are just so reactionary, but how do we start setting us up for the future? And that just kind of gives you an insight. I don't think Lee and I didn't share it with you all as we went through, but just how you might find it useful.
It's helpful.
Good. And then the last one is, and getting to your comment, Commissioner, is a little bit more of a descriptor of the priorities. When we identified those over the depot, it was climate change, housing, and security. Please don't just, we don't think that there's a director or staff going, oh, we need more homelessness. They caught the gist. But sometimes they have questions or guidance on how their department can address things. And so if we can, to capture your ideas when you're thinking of a priority or the specifics of that, that we can tease out to provide directors and ourselves exactly what you need. So I wanted to stop there. Any questions on those or additional factors before you want?
I did just want to say that I think we were intending justice system improvement writ large and not criminal justice as an organizational or commissioner priority. So
And
words matter, and sometimes
that is exactly correct, and that's why we're here today.
Yeah.
There is a big difference between JSIP and criminal justice. I can share with you when we talk to climate change to staff, it's usually on the mitigation side, where you don't really hear adaptation, which is equally, if not more important, as we move into hotter days, more fires and those things. So elaborate on those to give directors and staff a little bit more of an understanding of what we're talking about, it will be very helpful moving forward. So getting into the intent, I provide a brief outline of where we are and where we need to be. I can say for the timeline, again, meeting with Rick later on this week, Bill and I are meeting with other directors. Use July and August to kind of capture your direction on the one hand, and then directors' feedback on what is possible. What can you actually do? We'll get into some of the details here in a second. But hopefully by late August to have something really solid for Rick and I to start putting into the budget to see what kind of tools we can have, such as expenditures, tracking, those kind of things for the depot. So that's the intent of today. And again, it's not my thought that we're going to have everything figured out. If we do, good on us.
if we get to that point, that will be huge. It's been
Yes.
one of my aspirations from the very beginning to be able to see across the organization what we're investing from different sources of funds, say in justice system improvement. We have not been able to do that.
Exactly.
We've tried,
Right.
and staff have tried valiantly.
Yeah.
So that's exciting.
Setting expectations. We'll see how that works out. I haven't met with Rick yet, and he's on here, so I don't want him to.
I understand that it's challenging,
So,
and
yeah.
it's a technology issue as well as a time issue.
Yes. So with that, I did want to set our intent for the meeting. I wanted to kind of get into to review the commissioner priorities and to give some background into either directors, my thoughts on the organization. But again, with the intent of, are there things that, how do I phrase this? I'm not really concerned about words or titles or what it's called, but to capture your intent of what you really want. Is it public safety? Is it JSIP? Is it, let's get into that and we can reorganize, but I just need from you what is critically important, or is it important that we could do it a different way? And that's really what I'm trying to capture today. So one thing is we looked at the commissioner priorities and I gave you, so I'm on this document, which is the list of all goals by commissioner priorities. The front page with climate crisis and emergency resilience. When you go through that, I think what the important takeaway message is, which categories or which priorities were easier for department directors to address and to handle and to get their head around, and which were just very difficult or they just couldn't do much about it. And in my mind, I kind of put them into policy topics or either processes or broad picture. So for instance, when you start looking at homelessness and housing insecurity, there's only 4 goals. Only two of those directly affect that. Please don't interpret that as no one cares about it. But when you're having these conversations with director, that's a really hard topic for some departments to address. That came up also under the community core values, a diverse economy that fits. There's only 4. That's where we have key portion economic development office. So there's some of them are a little disconnect between this is very specific and not every department has that opportunity. So is that, and plus that is almost verbatim with housing and growth in the focus area. So that could be an opportunity to either readdress or to further explain, or have it as a focus area that is a highest priority for you. And so this is where I'm trying to parse out, it might be a little bit complicated, but this is what I'm trying to get to. So the first question I have, as we go through the commissioner priorities,
Commissioners, I'm going to just reference page 4 of 22. So if you look at your packet,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
4 of 22 at the
Thank you.
top, that will help you.
There you go, perfect. Thank you, Jim. I just had them all separated in mind, thank you. We have climate crisis and resiliency, criminal justice, equity, homelessness, and responsible governance. I will time out right there. Commissioner Weiss, I know that you were very strong in support of that government. The reason why it was Mary who put that in the budget, because we have several opportunities for departments that have goals about transparency, integrity, these kind of things. And you see that there's 12 goals that the departments have. So we are going to capture that. The question is that increasing the number or decreasing the number? So we'll get into the number of targets. If we're keeping it to 5 or something manageable, or is there another way to work this? So I hesitate to say that any of these you don't care about. Obviously, you care about them deeply. But in looking at some of these, is there anyone that you still want absolutely as one of your priorities as you move forward? And are we missing something? Those are the two. And if I'm more than happy to hop on here if there's ones that you're seeing that are a highest priority to you, but it's not on that list. And is anything on that list, or everything on that list still the highest?
So you mentioned the good governance, which that is paramount to me. Because we can try to address all these other goals, but if we're not going about it in the proper manner or the best way, then we're not going to be as successful as we could be.
Okay.
And I know we've tossed around some different language. Good governance, on here it says responsible governance. And I know you said not to get hung up on wording, but I just want to clarify that in this case, I've been thinking about it a little bit, and what is the best way to convey it? And my intent is something that conveys both like a high standard, like excellent, or, high quality, highest quality, but also to convey that that we're working towards that we're always improving.
To me, the words that come up are integrity and transparency. And, our whole website overhaul is one of those organization-wide goals that could easily fit under that.
Yeah. And just something that conveys that we are focused on that. We recognize that it's ongoing, even if we're doing a great job now, we got to make sure we're still doing a great job tomorrow.
And it could be that this is an organization spanning goal, like equity, diversity, and inclusion, or equity for everyone, and the health and all actions.
That's my intent,
Yeah.
I think.
So it could be one, part of the triangle or the base.
We'll get to that, and thank you so much for bringing that, because I'm seeing two frameworks we can move forward to capture all of these, and that would be one of them. But I want to do that separately. I want to make sure we're capturing the topics first, and then, like I said, then I can organize them accordingly and come back to you. Governance, something you said, highest good, responsible now. But I'm hearing always improving transparency and integrity. Did I capture that correctly, Commissioner? And organization-wide. Is that for the moment? Again,
Yep.
All good? Okay. Then, were there others on here? You mentioned climate, equity. Again, those could be perceived more as you said, organization-wide, like trends that every department should have something. Health, because that's the core values are predicated on health, equity, and climate is our only organizational-wide goal. Did I catch it, or is that?
So are you asking, can equity, diversity, inclusion just be an organizational wide? Like, can we move it out because it's spanning everything else? Or, sorry.
No, I love our conversation here. Everyone, we're all kind of organizing this separately. this is what I'm thinking. We have framework one, which is what we have now. We have our 7 core values, our 10 focus areas, and our, let's call it 10 focus areas and 6 priorities. Another way to do this is to keep it with just the 10 focus areas plus 3 or 4 organization-wide topics. In this case, it would be equity, which it shows that departments and Johan on here are addressing that and that's something that we can work with. Health, I think would be an interesting topic to explore, talk to health department about it. I know when I came in here, it was interesting. Anytime we talked about equity or health, it was like, I was in community development, like, oh, go talk to health department, that's not, or whatever department we talked to, I'm not playing great out there, like any department. If those topics came up, that's not my deal. We're showing it as their deal. And so those 2 and plus climate would be 3 things that we as an organization have committed to, either through the core value or through our own organizational.
And the good governance.
And the good governance. So that would be a little tweak. So it wouldn't be so policy focused as homelessness and JSIP. It would be more, these are the things that we are committed to more in a process across the board. Whatever department you're doing, this is what you need to address.
So process values.
Process values.
Also, Commissioners, just a little bit of feedback from my standpoint as it relates to trying to implement your priorities. So one of the things that I struggle with is amongst the priorities, currently there's these 6. Now, is there one priority that, we don't order the priorities, in terms of order of priority, these are the top 6 priorities. So one of the challenges that we have as an organization is to dedicating time and resources to these priorities. Is there one that is a higher priority than others? And so not having a priority order makes it more difficult for us to apply decisions and make decisions, frankly, because in this case is the climate crisis more important than community emergency resiliency. I'm just to give you an example. And I know it might be hard to get there in terms of prioritizing your priorities, but from an implementation standpoint, it would certainly make our day-to-day decision-making easier. That is one comment. The other comment is when we have these categories, if you will, or priorities, there's not a lot of specificity in them. We spent time focusing on those, trying to create specificity. But with our board priorities, commissioner priorities, we don't have a lot of specificity. And so if it's not borne out through the focus areas, we really don't have any details surrounding the priorities other than just a kind of broad statement, if you want. So those are just a couple of things that as you're thinking about adding, changing, deleting, trying to make these so that we can really do a better job of applying them would be beneficial.
And I have a little bit of feedback there in terms of priority. Some of those overlap, clearly. It's hard to separate climate crisis from the emergency resiliency and community emergency resiliency, in my mind. And it's really a time issue. It's a short-term versus long-term. And some of it is approaching the immediate, some of it is really investment for the long term. And when I look at priorities right now, part of it is it really helps to think about time and about time increments. So for the next, if we're talking 2025, our priorities might be a little bit different than we're talking about right now. So if we think about that, because what immediately comes to mind for me is that the Justice System Improvement Program is the top priority because we have a lot of decision making to do in that arena now, and that will carry us into that 23-25 biennium. But we're peaking now, and it's going to take a little bit. It will still remain a priority, but not as central. So.
Yeah, I comment, Commissioner. We were just had a conversation with two directors yesterday, and they were talking about one of their goals because of COVID just can't be done.
Yeah.
And so why have a goal that's just hanging out there that really can't be addressed? Or like you said, there's a goal that's gonna have somewhat of a deadline, not stop. But you all are looking for an end zone next May, and what would happen after that might add confusion for directors, say, okay, what am I supposed to be doing for 2 years, whether or not the contract is successful? That's a process thing that I think Joe and I need to go through to let directors go for it, and if they don't, okay, that's fine, I'd rather you shoot for the moon. But just to kind of work on more of a procedural,
Yes.
yeah, more procedural
Yeah.
aspect.
Especially if they're being graded for things.
Exactly, yeah,
That
and
complicates it all.
I had a deputy director said, numbers make winners and losers.
Yeah.
And especially in a budget. If you're not achieving or you're not scoring. That's what it is. So we don't want to put any director in a situation where they feel like they're going to lose or anything. They don't go for it.
Also gotta take risks.
And that's exactly it. So there is some of the procedural you can take. So, to get to Joe's comment about describing, that's what I was trying to capture this. I think that gives us enough things to mull over on this topic. To get back to what you were commenting on, something like, housing, as I said, can't go under a focus area, and perhaps you identify that as one of your priorities. Resiliency and climate, yep, I would completely concur with that. So it may not be a situation in which one is over the other, maybe you are combining and that becomes a high priority. But I do want to address Joe's comment, and directors have said the same thing. Do you have a ranking of which priorities? So,
Also, Commissioner Wise, for you and Commissioner Malone, when we originally created the focus areas and the commissioner priorities, we gave the departments a lot of leeway. Really, the direction to that was you need to create 3 to 5 goals that we will call department goals that advance either the board priorities or one of these 10 focus areas. So that was really all of the direction that we gave them. So they got lots of flexibility to say, I think my department can advance, X priority, and here's a goal that does that. Or my department can further this particular focus area, and here's a specific goal. So I think across the organization, we ended up with 50 or 51 actual goals, and those are listed in your packet, just as a reminder. And how I am attempting to use these, just so you know where the implementation comes in, is Laura, Sean, myself, and Kim Sherman and HR event. And what we're trying to do is to take the board priorities, actually in this case, more specifically the department goals, and incorporate those into NeoGov in such a way when I meet with a department director monthly, not only do I have their specific performance goals for their individual performance, I also have their departmental 2040 goals as well. So on a monthly basis, you don't see the updates frequently. I think we're every 6 months, and what we're doing, Sean, for the board. But I'm trying to focus my discussions with each department director once a month in my one-on-one meetings with them to ensure that we're not only looking at their individual performance goals, but also the department goals. So we're trying to work on the system to help make,
To reinforce.
to reinforce and to make it more efficient for me to track and more easier accountability on a monthly basis as we're having our one-on-one. So just to let you know that while this discussion sometimes is at a really high level, we are trying to have it change the way we do business and inform work that we do.
And all of that, I'm
Go ahead,
sorry, just perfect on your side on your goals and how the interaction between the director thinks of why somebody to do these. In parallel, I'm working with John Larson, who's here, to track this digitally. So what you see here is Word documents that they're sending me. Yes. these guys, the goals.
Yeah.
And how they're being tracked. What we're hoping to do is it's, in the near future is directors would go in, update their goals, not every 6 months, but whenever something happens. And then at any time, you commissioners, Joe, can click query. What are all the goals on resiliency? They spit out, here's your percentages, and you can have that as we move forward. And exactly as Joe said, this can get really ethereal, big picture stuff. But in talking with directors, they're seeing this, that this was our 2-year plan. This is what we need to be in 2 years to be resilient, to be ready to be nimble. It's catching on, and we've only done this for twice. So by the next biennium, hopefully we'll get to where I'm 20, get out of the teenager stage and be growth. So again, we're kind of flying a plane as we build it, but also it's nice to see the directors realizing and recognizing that this is not useless, that this is really planning for the future.
There are so many things that we are doing that could fit in these categories
Absolutely.
that were not captured in the goals at all.
And
And that's one of the things that's fascinating to me in looking at this now. And, you know, one example is closing that hydro loop, or making this room completely accessible for both virtual and in-person meetings. And that's all part of the good governance, and yet it's not reflected anywhere.
And
So I think that that's a learning process too for our people, just what fits.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Let's see, there's like 4 different things in my brain now. So
I'm ready. I have plenty of markers.
Number 4, well, don't write this down necessarily, but just what you said about the tracking system and spitting out a list of all the work done, that is awesome. I'm excited about that. Cool. Let's see. The other couple of things floating around in my head is, Joe, you were mentioning about weighting the priorities or which one is more. And then I kind of came back to the vision of the pyramid, you know, with the base. I think I saw a while back an upside down pyramid, and that didn't work so well for me.
The pyramid has different people interpret it in different ways.
Okay. So yeah, the traditional pyramid works for my brain. Anyway, thinking of it in that way, you know, I could see the responsible governance or, you know, all the good governance stuff at the bottom. And then I wonder too, I know equity, diversity, inclusion is worth calling out specifically, but I do feel like it fits in with good governance. I mean, I feel like that's a big part of it. I want to call it out. Okay.
Especially in this day and age, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just thinking out loud.
Side note, as I said earlier, I think a while ago, my idea is that once you give us some ideas, I would love to talk to other people to get their thoughts. I would love to talk to Johan about this, talk to a lot of the internal or inward facing departments on what they think is governance, and also staff to see what are your thoughts. But whether, because this can go in a million different ways. I mean, this could be a SMART goal, or it could be this many people. It could be a broad, encourage, enhance our EDI activities. Were there specific thoughts from the 3 of you on EDI to put here just to start the conversation?
In terms of specific kinds of actions?
I'm curious what your thoughts are. It's a general, it's a very complicated topic, and then that's why I was just trying to capture your immediate.
I have thoughts.
Okay.
And there are, you know, again, as it's reflected here, but I still don't think we're doing a good enough job, recruitment. And it's still reflected in our affirmative action plan that we're not doing a real good job at matching up our workforce to the composition of our communities, racially and ethnically, and by other abilities, for instance. So those are important to me. The other is that we had talked for several years now about doing a kind of an organizational assessment when it comes to equitability and equity in our programs. There are lots of different things to me that fall in that bucket. So to me, it's very much a plank and one of those cores, along with health and all actions, and equity, of course, and good governance. But there are definitely specific things and specific meaning in that. And the other part of it is the whole inclusion part. And that, I think, is intimately related to employee engagement and all the work that Joe's been wanting to do for years in the employee engagement arena.
I have a clarifying question. I don't mean to take us off topic, but so how does this exercise and this sort of project relate to something like a strategic operational plan, like more like a 5-year plan? And do we have plans to make that plan?
I would say as of right now, we don't. However, Sean and I have talked a little bit about 2040 version 2. And you know, what something might look like there. And, you know, unfortunately, in talking with Rick and Sean, you know, we are considering the time that we have before we really need to kick off budget. We don't have enough time to do something extremely comprehensive like that.
Sure, but
And I would say that, you know, I think part of that also, the board needs to speak to that. Because I would say our, you know, previous board may not have been as inclined to go with that particular type model. But we're very open to it. I'm very open to it, I should say, but we can't do it in the timeframe that we
Sure,
have
like,
allowed
but
to inform
thinking in the
the
next
next budget
like
process.
5 years or something, or the next 4 years, having that laid out, that would make this process.
And it really gets back to the timing piece. which you
Exactly, yeah.
mentioned earlier.
Yeah, the 2 year, and the way I see it right now is that basically what we're doing is putting together a 2-year plan, because that's what's embedded in our biennial budget. And so it's a 2-year strategic operational plan, in that sense.
Sure.
But it doesn't capture what I was trying to capture is kind of the waves of these priorities, so the big pulse of the different priorities has different timing.
Yeah.
And that's what you can capture in a 6-year plan.
Exactly.
Pre-biennial.
Yeah.
And maybe in future, it would be good to do that.
Well, and I think that's important to lay out long-term goals, because there's going to be staffing changes and board changes, and if we don't have a good roadmap that's already established, then you get, oh, we're going this direction, and, oh, no, new person, now we're going here, and just like with having too many goals, you don't get anything, you don't get as much done as needed.
Exactly.
So I really appreciate the effort to try to separate out kind of lofty, that we ought to solve the climate crisis, versus, well, how do we do that? I mean, that may be one of the most difficult ones, because it's so large. And if it's too large, then say, well, I'm overwhelmed, I can't do anything.
And I think that, we'll get back to this in a second. I think the conversation that you mentioned earlier about community resilience and climate, again, getting into the details of that, we have a mitigation goal, we don't have an adaptation goal. We're doing a lot of equity, we don't have an equity goal.
Yeah.
And so we start getting into, we're so amorphous in this. This is what I was asking very specifically.
Yep.
Is it one overarching goal? Or Johan and staff works with HR. Okay, let's start tracking what I know they are. But is there a goal to that? And so that's where I don't want to get that much into the weeds here, but this is kind of how we're fleshing those out to take it from 40,000 feet to 20,000 feet, and then staff can deal with it.
And my understanding was, to take that example step further, is that when Johan, and when Lydia was working with Johan initially, they were talking about developing an organizational equity plan. And that is just something that hasn't occurred yet. You know, we've had a lot of other things.
A little bit of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's what I think it was too early to have the conversation on specific goals.
Yeah.
But this is why I think directors and staff are looking for more of that clarity of saying, here's the 40,000, here's the 20,000, and here's how I fit into that goal.
I had another question that occurred to me when I was reading through these goals, and that is that we also have, you know, basic organizational policies. And some of these goals are becoming embedded in organizational policy, like green building, which is in development, or work from home. And so those are just another way that we're achieving all of these things, but they're not reflected in any of them. So it's interesting to me.
And that's huge on the telework, because if you notice the 3 goals for 3 or 4 on climate, they're all related to commuting and staff going from place to place. Well, if the telework policy is aggressive, that kind of takes it, and you nailed it. That would take care of the department directors don't necessarily, they can always go further. Or it's about going from building to building. You nailed it. There's other aspects that need to be captured in future frameworks on how we're doing this. So it's not just the departmental goals, it's the policies. And we just met for the first time in 2.5 years last week. And so, and we're meeting today further to talk about telework. So these are the things that kind of, we're bringing all of those components together into a one sheet or something you can wrap your hand on.
That's great.
And Commissioner, I do like making that connection because, from my standpoint, as it relates to county policies, internal policies, we don't really, in my opinion, have very well-developed policies and are lacking, I would say, many policies. And so I think that, in the future, we need to look at improving our policy work. And I am ecstatic with the policy oversight committee now. We've been able to reactivate them. The policies that help advance your priorities as well as the focus areas are really critical. We have necessarily have policy focus.
I don't want to go down too far down this rabbit hole, but I think it's important for review. Tracy and I have been having conversations about the POC is really good on the have tos.
Yeah.
Not so much on the should dos.
Yeah.
You and I just had a conversation with the directors. I had with 2 others. But that's a big shift. It's one that I've seen here just in my 7 or 8 years, whatever, 2015. That focus on, oh, we have to be doing this versus, well, we should be doing this. And that's something new that hasn't really been hit. It's usually, hey, don't use your purchasing card to buy your kid a TV. I think we can agree with that. But having a policy on telework and those kinds of things that's new. It's just a new foray into so don't get too deviant.
Say too, so we have a message in the chat from Rick. I'll just read a couple ones. Thank you, Rick, for chiming in. He said, I was hearing well. Let's see. Commissioner Ojo is right on in terms of being able to easily isolate how our new investments, budget decision packages, tie to the priorities you establish. These priorities should drive what departments put forward in decision packages. From a budget development standpoint, having concrete goals in place provides for a foundation, and then each cycle you decide what your specific strategies, priorities will be that work to chip away at those goals and help drive the investments we propose to you. As Joe mentioned, the more specific and focuses you can be focused on the strategy, you can be on the strategies, the better we can focus the resources to make the biggest dent in the goals. Broader strategies may not get you the instant outcomes you want on your goals since they could be spread thin. Oh, but I see Rick popped on. Rick, did you want to chime in at all? Or?
Thank you, Commissioner. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about the technical issues this morning. Again, sorry I couldn't be there with you. I love these conversations, so I apologize for all the chats stuff that I'm putting in there. It's kind of as you were speaking, I'm just adding ideas and thoughts, so they're probably not all lined up with where you're at right at the moment. But again, I just want to echo everything that has been said. And, I'm really trying to tie this into the budget development process so that, we make great investments. We want to make the investments that get you to your highest priorities and strategies. So I love what Sean's doing as it relates to really trying to sink in to this. This is going to be so helpful in the development process that we're now putting together, and being able to really put those out in front so that we as department heads can kind of come together and say, all right, this is what the commissioners are telling us. This is where we want to put our investments. What can we pose? What can we put forward in terms of investments that really begin to move the dial? And I think, a lot of the things that you're all talking about, really good stuff. And I think I heard it was Commissioner Wise that said the pyramid, because I love the pyramid. You know, you start with the mission, you have the goals as your foundation, which are usually longer term in nature. But then every budget cycle, be it 2 years, 1 year, you get into those strategies that chip away at those goals. Because, you know, I always use the analogy of ending homelessness. That's a huge goal. I mean, that's massive, but you have to chip away. So what becomes your strategy? Maybe we make a difference in permanent supportive housing. Maybe we invest in rental assistance, whatever the case is. You know, I'm throwing all this stuff out. But again, this stuff gets me excited because I think it makes for good budgeting and good investments. And I just really, I'm really happy you're having the discussion and want to be a part of it and help craft. So I apologize for all my messages in the chat. Like I said, they probably didn't line very well, but I just want to be a partner and help you in making the best budget possible.
No, thank you, Rick, and I apologize for not seeing those sooner.
Okay, so what I'm hearing so far is the pyramid at the bottom. We have governance, equity, and I'll work with Johan to start seeing, and there are a lot of moving pieces. There could be overarching objectives, there could be SMART goals. And you know, in a conversation we had last week, Rick had a nice little taxonomy, for lack of a better word, like, and check it down. I also want to be consistent with whatever his ideas on the budget and align these things, because we just didn't have time to make sure that all those frameworks were similar. So I too am excited about making sure that all this, because it really didn't line. We just didn't have time to line it up coming out of COVID. So the other one you had mentioned was health. Did you have, this is a tough one, sorry, health and all actions.
Okay.
I should have someone else draw. All my pens work, my hand doesn't. I have the worst handwriting ever, so that's health and all action.
Okay.
So just so we're all clear, we have two standing committees. Sarah Harstein chairs the health and all actions. Johan took over the equity committee. I'm sorry, the two, just on these two.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry, and so they swap every month.
and then the natural resources, I'm sorry, I get very confused because we have had those three standing committees for many years. It's just that the climate and natural resource committee has never risen to that level of our hierarchy.
I meant on these two, because
Yeah.
just on what more in terms of the core values, yes, right, the resource efficiency committee has as well, yes. But as far as the core values, these are the two. And so what we did was, the decision was we would just flip flop every month. So health meets 1 month, equity meets the next, and so forth. So that's how that works on that. And then yes, right, is also important. Were there specific things in health and all actions that you had that you wanted included? Because one of the things that the health department really always puts forward are the social determinants of health. That's a huge, which are in essence, because Sarah and Charlie were part of this whole exercise, in essence, the focus areas.
Housing, transportation.
Exactly. And so it's a tough
maternal
one.
health.
Exactly. So other than COVID and like actual human health, that kind of effort, the real driving forces were the focus areas, and that's how they were created. Because Sarah was in there, Charlie was in there. These are health. Charlie was in health, and really driving that train to make sure that the focus areas align with those determinants. So this is an interesting one where calling out on its own, but also it's inherent in the whole development of the focus areas.
I have a hard time with it because of that. There's a lot of overlap
Right.
among hierarchies when you get to health and all actions. It's embedded in everything, and everything can be in that bucket, and that makes the bucket less useful to me. In some ways, it's difficult. But I think that, yeah, social determinants of health for sure. Active living, is another reflection of that. Frankly, to me, the whole notion of community resilience is a part of that. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a harder time just because it's so intertwined.
It is. Okay. Commissioners, other topics? Input on that? Okay. Okay. Cool.
Sean, from a process standpoint, just a comment. So we first started talking about commissioner priorities, and then you jumped to kind of the core value piece. And so if you could show us the roadmap for the next, we have about 50 minutes.
And also, we usually take a break an hour in. If people want to take a quick break.
I'm good.
I left my water in my office, so a couple, 5, maybe, okay, I'll do that.
Well, we did have an idea, we've been going for an hour.
These are 60 minutes.
Oh, 55-0.
Yeah.
Sorry, that is always hard to
Oh, that's
differentiate, isn't it?
I was like, 50 minutes. I didn't think I had 2 hours.
So we are taking a break for those folks that are joining us virtually. The commissioners have decided to take a break, so Maureen, you may want to just put that in chat. So John, or Sean, my point being is that well, I guess to I heard Commissioner Bush wrote me on that, but I haven't heard the other two commissioners weigh in on that. And so, yeah, so for me, then we just jumped up here. So for me, it's getting, now it's starting to get a little confusing because we're hopping back and forth.
Calling this out. And if that's the environment or whatever that is, then you have your 3. Real question. Does homelessness come off? So in essence, what we would have, if we go back to what we were 4 years ago, 10 days plus a 3 sanity, health, equity, and equity, climate resiliency.
Expectations of our other person.
Okay, so the question is, are we gonna go long, or are we gonna agree to, when we get to that point, kind of stop and continue the
Yeah, I think
conversation
that would
another
be
day?
good for us to know, so Sean.
I think it's good to continue the conversation another day, if that's
That's
what's
fine.
for you.
So what's my
Can we make 10:45?
Okay. And then
Stop and start.
and I think that that's enough. This is exactly what I need to get your feedback and then just start gelling it for the next month and have a specificity. So, okay, so as a recap, we were going down to the commissioner priorities. Yes, we looked at health and all actions for a second, not to go up to the core values, but more or less get those 3 that you talked about, equity, health, and whatever we want to call it, resiliency, climate, that category. And then responsible governance. So that's where we are so far on here. So if we can move on to climate, environment, resiliency, and we can kind of work our way through that and kind of mesh through that. So, and what's good, I guess, I'm not really trying to do that, but department directors clearly with 22 goals found this to be approachable from all departments and pretty much everyone. And we have a climate, I should say, greenhouse gas emissions goal, which we're all working on. We have our resiliency, which obviously have. I was curious on, I guess, on the environment, where we're at. Again, this is a pretty big topic. I had already made mention we're pretty good on the mitigation side as we have a goal for that. We do not have a goal for adaptation, for resiliency, for some of the others. And I was curious from your comment, on your perspectives, were other critical areas in this topic that you want to include?
I can say that, that in terms of bridges and long-term planning, bridges and culverts, it's implicit because we're already looking at larger, what events, right? And it will, 'cause I know that, but maybe we should be looking at it even further, right? It increases the cost of that infrastructure, but maybe it's a question and not an assumption. The other is that all of the investment that public health is making now in climate planning, and that part of that's for adaptation, and it's the second iteration of a health and climate plan. And that first iteration definitely had both, it had a lot of adaptation actions in it. It was not a mitigation.
I can say when I first convened the Climate Action Group, I don't even know what we call it, Jamie Glass, who was in a different position in the sheriff's office, was really helpful on the adaptation side. And we really it turned out to be more of a specific mitigation goal, a greenhouse gas reduction goal. But in talking about, we know that natural reserve parks are working with them. I'm working with them on a carbon sequestration opportunity. This is a very broad topic that might need some culling. But I think from what we need today, this is sounding like this is something we're merging with resiliency and climate. So I want to check in if that's,
I think
if that's all three of you.
the emergency response piece, and kind of the FEMA-related piece in this community emergency response training, it could be part of this bucket, but it's also very, again, I'm going back to time. It's a very time-bound response piece, but we have to be prepared for that response. Whereas the other pieces have much more policy and kind of long-term investment components to them. So I think that's part of what makes it hard to put them in one bucket without explanation.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Oh, I'm a little uncomfortable trying to merge those two. I mean, they're definitely related. I think I'll leave it there.
Yeah,
I think it's a worthy effort to try to consolidate, but I'm not there yet.
they're definitely interrelated and there's overlap, but they're not the same thing.
Well, the resiliency and adaptation are very, very, very close together. I think the mitigation is where it feels different.
I'm sorry, what is the REC?
That is the Resource Efficiency Committee. That's, we have a committee, Jed Brown coordinates that. Members of all departments are in there, and they do focus on one, greenhouse gas reduction, waste, those kinds of things.
And when we talk about resiliency, it's in regards to climate, not like the community emergency resiliency.
That's what we're trying to,
Okay.
and I think that's where there's this gray area that we kind of want to work through. In talking with Brian and Sierra, there is a difference between response and preparation for adaptation. And I think that those are two huge different buckets.
And recovery.
Right, yeah.
Do that.
Yeah, exactly.
And under our community, I'm just trying to get this straight in my head. So under the community, under our 7 core values, we have community resilience. Then under the 10 focus areas, we have emergency preparedness. And then commissioner priorities, community emergency resiliency. I mean, a lot of that is
That's
same.
That's what I'm trying to get to see if we can call this into something together. I think the next month is to start calling these out for you, because as you said, there's preparation, there's response, and there's recovery, right? For this, I'm seeing this more as what are we doing for adaptation? What are we doing with our natural areas and parks? What's our emergency plan? When a fire hits, and talking to Brian, I think we're very prepared for that response and recovery. What we're asking is, where's the resiliency part? Infrastructure. I think that brings in Rick's comment about, do we need to have different infrastructure needs to adapt for that? And that's much more, as you said, that's much more long-term and being prepared to respond to recovery.
It's also our forest management plan that we just
Exactly.
adopted last summer and doing thinning for fire resiliency. It's the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, which has an awful lot in it about adaptation and mitigation. So, you know,
This is definitely a new foray for other departments to think of that aren't required to do it. Like Inga has to do the wildfire protection. But what are other departments, what can they do to look at this long-term on the adaptation side, not just on the greenhouse gas reduction side, which is, I think we're doing a very good job of. Not meeting our goal by any means, but at least tracking it and recognizing how departments are affected.
So Commissioners, I think what Sean was suggesting is that we do some combining potential
Yes.
here. And so I heard Commissioner Lund say, hey, not quite there yet. Uncomfortable. Commissioner Wise, I heard you say, not a little uncomfortable about combining. And Commissioner Rosero, your perspective was maybe a little bit different.
I can understand combining them. I completely concur that they are very, very closely interrelated. But I think it's that time horizon issue that is one of the things that separates them a bit. And the other one is whether it's internal or external, you know, whether it's community-wide, the preparedness response and recovery, or all the internal work that we're doing. So I think that those are some of the attributes that we're struggling with in terms of merging them.
Yeah, I see Jen Brown in the comments said another way to think about it is proactive and reactive strategies. Emergency response is reactive to an immediate crisis. Resiliency is proactive.
So that's the adaptation
Yeah, exactly.
versus mitigation to some degree too.
Exactly. And so I think, in my mind, I'm looking at this as a resiliency to prepare for the long term as you're gaining that temporal element to it. And not letting go, obviously, the response to recovery, that's going to be critical, but there's a lot of things that we need to start doing because 10 years from now is not going to be what it's going to be today. And how can we start looking at that in a long range future, whether that's heat clinics or wherever, like how we're doing it well, but how can we prepare better for a future that is not going to be like this year?
Or the long-term food sustainability.
And get into that.
So
Yes.
what's the question?
So the real question is let us kind of work through if you're comfortable. I'm hearing there's comfort in the long-term proactive side of adaptation and resiliency. I don't think I heard anything hardly against that. I think right now it's more of how does that all fit together, and that's what I would want to come back and go, okay, how would that work if that was one? It is all three. Exactly. That's what I'm trying. I'm seeing the same similarities, but what would be under that bucket? So adaptation and resiliency for now, and being that proactive. Am I hearing any negative feedback from that? Sure. Okay. So.
I think some of it is going to depend on what comes back from you, Sean.
Yeah.
The
No,
next
absolutely.
iteration.
That will be a great litmus
Yeah,
test.
yes, exactly.
We'll get immediate reactions.
Okay. So right now we've talked climate and resiliency. We're going to kind of flesh that out over the next month. So those are the first two. Then equity, governance. Those are four that we've talked about. I'm not saying we've agreed on all those yet. I'm just saying that's what we've been discussing. So the other.
And Sean, just for a little bit of clarification, when we were talking about equity, diversity, and inclusion, I saw different perspectives coming from Commissioner Ojiro than what I heard from Commissioner Wise. So just want to revisit that topic. And I asked the commissioners, would you like to dive into that a little bit more? Is there, in fact, am I perceiving it correctly, that there may be differences of opinion on this
Just
particular topic?
just
or-
because I said it kind of fits into responsible governance, or?
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I do see a lot of value in calling it out specifically. But just I'm also opining that I think it also is part of good governance.
In a perfect world, I agree. But in an era where we're really struggling over racial and gender inequity and various other kinds of inequity, I think we really need to call it out.
Yeah, no,
And I agree with you
good at
in that sense.
Commissioner?
Like I said, I'm fine, trying to combine.
Combined?
Well, we're talking about governance and EDI.
Yeah, I'm fine either way, but I do see the value in calling it out. So,
So, is there
do you have a
consensus?
problem? You don't have a problem with them being separated though, right?
No,
Oh, all right, so we have consensus.
it's a general comment, trying to get something that we can pass around to all departments that is relatively simple and can be a map on how to proceed.
So this is a perfect opportunity for me to go back to Joanna and think about this, and then also how it could link together. But what I'm hearing right now is, well, there's two questions. One, you're comfortable with, for now, separating them, and two, you are all in consensus that these two should be included.
As I say, in a perfect world, yes,
Okay.
it should be, but we're not in a perfect world.
Right.
And I really want to highlight.
I'm just
And
trying to.
when I think about, you know, bringing this goal forward and really talking about it and running for office, the major focus for me was more of that transparency aspect. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put a check and a check that we have consensus that these two move forward for me to flesh out next month.
Yes.
Is that- Okay,
That's all I had.
okay. And the third one is to further explore what this would be more proactive, resilient, moving forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioners, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So that's 3. So in the remaining couple minutes, the remaining 2, as far as priorities, are the topic of criminal justice and homelessness and housing insecurity. Let's start with homelessness and housing insecurity. There's a couple. One is this, knowing that it was very difficult for departments to see how they fit into that. I'm not guiding you either way, I'm just trying to, it is something that if you're not in community development or health, how can that be incorporated? It's also something that is pressing in this community. That's also a focus area. And so is it, one option would be that we put in the focus area and have that be a high priority? Because the housing and growth, if you read the vision statement, it talks specifically about stable housing. So that's one option. So that it would be a priority for focus area, and getting back to your pyramid, the other 3 are countywide, which I think would know very well. But I also don't want to guide you in something where homelessness is not on its own a high priority.
I have less to say, but I'm going to let my fellow commissioners speak first this time.
If we're going into this pyramid kind of thing where equity, resiliency, these are things every department can wrap their head around, then it would appear that a specific topic or issue like homelessness and criminal safety or criminal justice would be too specific. And this is what I'm asking. I'm asking when we get into those, or we have that be a higher priority in the focus areas, and then it's nice and clean.
I think that where I see it is that those priorities are, maybe they're at the tip of that pyramid, but they are initiatives that we are working on across the organization. And the Justice System Improvement Program is involving, how many departments now? 4 or 5? That's,
Is what I'm asking.
and the housing and homelessness is the top priority for the community, right? And
Based
so,
on Colton results.
yeah, so not
That's
having
awesome.
that reflected is
Okay.
hard for me, the Hope Advisory Board is doing a ton of work in this arena. I always kind of chuckle when I say that because of Julie Arena. And I think that there is a role for others to play. Like assessment clearly plays a role in this area, not to overuse Arena. And then who else? thinking about tax rates and how we spend and everything else, and what we, and that clearly has an effect on livability and housing affordability.
The fairgrounds example, from
Fairgrounds.
supporting the migrant shelter.
Yes.
piece of that.
Um,
And so, I had an observation just now that, Sean, the way that you framed it, I think was that, trying to say, how can we create priorities that have the broadest connectivity to as many departments as possible? And that is certainly one lens to look at. But, another lens is, I think what I hear the commissioners saying is that the polling results say that this is the top priority. So even though it may not have as much connection for all the departments, doesn't mean it should still be a high priority.
Absolutely. This is why we're going through this exercise, just checking in and make sure we haven't done this in 3 or 4 years, so just making sure that this is what you all want.
And kind of what I see is that if we're looking at that pyramid, that maybe all of that suite of justice system improvement initiatives, and to me, it's behavioral health and law enforcement kind of mushed together.
Okay.
And housing insecurity. Those are the, top kind of immediate pressing priorities. And when I go out in the community, it's, mental health and housing, mental health and housing.
Okay, this is why we're here, just making sure that we're okay. So housing, okay.
But I appreciate the, trying to make a distinction between commissioner priorities and being able to have action with a majority of our departments. And I think that's a good question.
But I hear what you're saying. I think those are both important, but I don't think that the majority of departments being able to be involved in something is necessarily what should decide what our top priority is, because, sometimes our top priority doesn't involve all departments.
Sure, we can have priorities that are,
Yes.
some that are different from
Yeah,
the general
absolutely.
organization, yeah.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to look at all the different lenses for you to evaluate and then move forward.
Perfect.
So this is clearly, I'm hearing yes, stays in.
Yes.
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 We don't have,
Well, and specifically, not just housing, but housing and homelessness.
it's housing and homelessness and housing insecurity.
Insecurity, yeah.
Well,
Because
yeah,
again, I just, density goes in the cities. I just want to throw that out there, but our role is to assist the cities in ways that we can, I think.
absolutely. Yes, that was just my shorthand for
Perfect.
homelessness and housing insecurity. For the interest of time, I can work with independently or with Julie to capture this, just to make sure we have plenty of time. Because I do have a question on, and there was confusion on something like JSIP and what we actually have is criminal justice. Those among you that are in that field, I'm sure see the difference. I know the directors were, okay, is JSIP just the bond and that's the end of it? Is this? So I think we do need some clarity for staff and directors on this topic. What do you want? What do we call it? And so it's not necessarily just the bond measure and that's it. So I'm sharing with you information that we heard from staff, so.
Sure. I mean, so in my mind, there is a distinction. I mean, JSIP is kind of the main project that we're looking at for the few years. So in the next 2 years, yes, JSIP is a top priority, but that doesn't mean there isn't also other criminal justice topics. And then beyond getting this project past the finish line, we still have ongoing criminal justice work.
Yes. Okay. And we have, in theory, a data and evaluation component of the Justice System Improvement Program that will be tracking the performance of these new facilities and the performance of the new program investments. So there will be opportunity for continual improvement. So I see this as kind of, as I said before, the top of the pyramid for now, but it probably will move downwards as we move into future biennia. And again, part of the reason I don't like criminal justice is because it doesn't capture the behavioral health component at all. And one of my struggles is that there's a lot of mental health and behavioral health, substance use disorder stuff that overlaps with the criminal justice system, and then there's a whole chunk of it that doesn't overlap with the criminal justice system. We are trying to deal with both in terms of JCIP as a lever. But I think we need to not lose sight of the other pieces that will, that are also real hot topics right now and with great concern in the community.
So I guess in my mind, one of my top goals is JSIP. But beyond that, would I think, so criminal justice obviously is very important, but would I say that that is a Board of Commissioners goal? Or do I think that's more like the Sheriff's Office and the District Attorney's Office goals? I think that's
And
kind of how I think.
And the reason I don't see it the latter way is because until we stepped in and got help, despite the existence of the Atlanta Criminal Justice Council, our local public safety coordinating council, no one was looking at this as a system. Okay? District attorneys looking at how many cases they prosecute, and, those numbers and nuts and boltsy things. The sheriff's office has its mission and is very focused on patrol. And it's changed. I want to acknowledge Sheriff Van Arsdale and the great role that team is playing. But the Board of Commissioners is the only place where, right now, that is really looking at it as a system. And I don't want to lose sight of that because then things start to fall apart again.
We have 5 minutes. I'll throw out Hail Mary. Are there other words? Because I'm hearing some disconnect more on the terminology. I think I'm hearing very consistent language of what when you say JSIP or criminal justice, I'm hearing behavioral health, mental health, which I completely agree with. Is there another word or two that can better or more adaptly characterize what you're looking for as a priority?
I mean, so like as the title or just under some,
Either way.
I mean, maybe criminal justice and CJ and JSIP. Is that too
We can
much?
work some play. I just want to make sure I'm capturing it down here.
And the other thing that is not captured is the civil component of the justice system, which is a huge piece of it as well. We don't talk about very much. So that's part of the reason I don't like the criminal only focus. The courts do an awful lot of civil work as well. And so does the DA, et cetera.
Should we call it community safety and
Community safety
justice?
Well, that's why.
That's one, I like that idea.
Because that is one of the core, though, it's the number one focus area.
So what else is?
I apologize, Commissioner, community safety and.
Justice.
Thank you.
The other piece that's missing to me there is the whole notion of, I don't even know how to frame it or capture it, but what we want out of this system is for people that become justice involved to come out at the other end more capable of being good neighbors, right?
Yeah.
So it's that community livability piece in some ways, and lifelong education and all of those community values that are also embedded in this in terms of the aspirational goal.
Yeah. Okay. We have 3 minutes left, so I just want to be respectful of time. I heard 2 check marks on these both, housing, keep this what we were and start putting together. So in essence, we are looking at some sort of combination of the resiliency and crisis, criminal justice and homelessness day, equity, and responsible governance, and that means we have 5 at the moment. I think I heard consensus on all those 5. What I will do is go back, rework this, talk to some of the staff to identify additional things to consider. Another thing I want to do is do kind of a crosswalk with, we're focused on departmental goals. Commissioner, we've been talking also about policies, procedures. where are other elements? I mean, maybe this is a two-tier track, maybe this is a priority, but it's not necessarily a departmental goal, it's a policy, it's some sort of other avenues. So your priorities are met, it just may be in a different way. So I wanted to crosswalk that to see, just because only 3 departments affect that, but we have all these policies and all these resources, and that could be budgetary expenditures and those sorts of things.
Policy, program, process, budget,
All of
facilities, you know, there's so many different ways.
So, and to best capture that we are addressing these, it just may not be 87 goals on these topics.
I agree.
Again, all the learning. In the last minute, Joe, did I miss anything?
Actually, Sean, I think that there's just one area that I'm unclear on, and that is the climate crisis versus community emergency resiliency. I think what I heard you just say, that you think we're able to combine those. I didn't necessarily hear the board agree to that. So maybe you did, and I just missed it. So just calling out that particular one to get last minute feedback from the board.
I think it's okay to combine them because then like the individual goals will address separate issues, separate pieces of it. Is that?
Yes, what I heard is it's the climate adaptation part and resiliency, looking at long-term proactive activities, not necessarily the response and recovery aspects, or we already have the greenhouse gas reduction goal for the mitigation side. We need to start to look 10 years from now is not going to be what we're experiencing today. That's what I thought, but I was saying before, is that, are you still?
I am happy to hear how it comes through your brain filter and then to discuss it again. I'm not ready to say one way.
No, I think that
No.
it's a good direction.
Yeah. Direction, that's all we're doing here right now, is just
Let's
making sure.
suggest that
Yes.
massage that one and
Yes.
then bring
Yes.
something back.
Yes, and that's all, this whole exercise. I got Kristen.
I was an alter.
So was I.
Anything else for?
Commissioners, any final comments regarding this one on this topic?
Just looking for round 2, looking forward.
So,
Thank you.
no, thank you for, this is not always easy, thinking that high and that long.
No, but
Thank
this
you for your time.
So much better in person too than trying to do this on the computer.
Hours.
That's really tough.
Speaking of this, praying that we could do it, because I think the dynamic back and forth is really critical, especially in this kind of, to get carpal tunnel of reading them. So thank you. Thank you.
And Sean, the process is you massage this and get feedback
To be
from
crystal clear, yes.
department heads and then come back.
That's it. With Joe, I'll consolidate all these. I really want to do that framework and then come back to you next month after with some actual language. Hopefully it'll be before the meeting so you could review it. And we're ready to get, again, I don't think we need to be 1000% perfect. And during the budget process in the fall, some of these terminologies and questions will come back to you and we can really refine it. And again, my meeting with Rick on Friday kind of set us up for what do we need by when.
Well, and I can see we're like this and kind of gradually narrowing and clarifying, rearranging.
What I can also see is that there's been a real merging, coming much closer of Joe's goals as county administrator and the overall board priorities. And there's a closer reflection there, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, I agree with you too.
It makes it a lot easier for Joe to do his job that way too. So, and I think that's a good gut check. So Lisa is saying things are priorities, but that's not what we want to spend his time, the wrong thing. Yeah. So,
There's also just mention of logistical challenge that we have. Sean had submitted all of his packet information last week by our deadline. And unfortunately, we had a staff who need to attaching those to the invite, the packet. So an article was attached. So we realized that yesterday, and that's why Sean followed up with an email to you. But I wanted you to know that Sean had submitted his materials on time. And because I know that that's been an ongoing concern of the board. And so we're still working on those quality control measures and and technology issues. So I just want to acknowledge that. And in another case today, you just received information this morning. It was a hard copy placed on your table. That was something you didn't tell us. And it has nothing to do with Sean's presentation, but wanted to acknowledge that we're still a work in progress trying to get the packet exactly like we need and get a timely manner so the board has time to review it.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. I wasn't going to say anything in the meeting, but no, it's good. Accidents happen and we're working on it, and it's, you know, I don't know how many members of the public are going to want to watch this later, but, you know, it'd be nice for how many we're going to come. It looks like we don't have too many today, but it's always good to give them the opportunity to look at it ahead of time too. Not just us.
Absolutely.
All right, cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And with that, I think we can move on to the next agenda topic, which is constituent contact tracking system with John Larson. Welcome, John.
Thanks. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right.
John, before you get started, let me just provide a little more context for the board before I have you jump in. Commissioners, this has been a topic that's been discussed for a year, maybe 2 years. And it really emanates from discussions that we have, and in some cases dissatisfaction with the board on how we handle incoming emails. And that's kind of what has generated this particular discussion. Lily has started working with John and others in IT initially to see what we can do to help streamline our process. And what type of IT technology do we have that can assist. And so really today's the first time we're having a comprehensive discussion on this topic. I met with John and members of his team a couple of months ago. And so he has headed off in a direction, and I want him to provide this context and to do a litmus test with the board. You know, is this what we're trying to do? Are we missing the mark? Do we need to do more or less? Whatever the case may be. So I just know that we have heard the board's concerns on this particular topic, and now that we're trying to get past COVID, we're trying to begin focusing on some of the outstanding issues. So John, with that being said, I'd love for you to jump in.
Sure, thanks. I want to make sure I've got a couple screens up here. Are you all seeing my Teams?
I
It should say BOC test channel at the top. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So yeah, like Joe was saying, we were looking at a way of really being able to track these requests that come into us. It's one of these age-old problems where we get a lot of communication through email, but the email systems are not real great about reassigning those, figuring out what work has been done, and doing all those things moving forward. And in fact, you know, some of these constituent requests or other things we get in really almost become mini projects. And that was one of the things we were looking at when we were doing this. We looked at coding something up, but then we kind of said, you know what, we're already doing this inside IT. We have a application we use that is called Kanban Flow. And I'm not going to go through this. This should look like a holy mess to you right now. But this is the project load that we have in IT right now that I use to track all of our projects. And so we use this board, this visual board, so we can see very quickly where things are at, who's working on them, and whether or not they've been done. And we've used this for a couple years to great success. Now, this is one of those stories where kind of just normal delays in the project work in our favor, because we found as we were looking at our migration to Office 365, that Microsoft has a tool that is very similar to this that I'm gonna demo to you guys today to do this functionality that is completely integrated with our Office suite. So, and it would be no additional cost. This is part of what we've already purchased. So it will allow us to better integrate into the email and the tracking and all that kind of stuff. And that's what I'm going to show you right now. So what we're looking at is a view inside Teams. It's my Teams, in fact. And you can see over here on the left, all the different groups and things we're tracking inside IT. We've started using Teams, and of course, we started rolling that out. Community development got Teams this weekend, and we're going to be slowly rolling that out in the next few weeks and months to everybody in the county. So I created a test channel to test this stuff out, and we have right here the constituent tracker board that I've kind of created a demo here. Working on some basic principles of project management, I created these 4 columns, and Microsoft calls them buckets, but these 4 buckets to kind of track work as it moves forward. Now, these are configurable, so you all could set them up however you want. Now, the way we would do this, and there's still a hook we have to write in the software, but we can do it before you all take this on live. Here I am in Outlook, and what I want you to see is this is the Benton IT Service Desk, which anybody who sends an email to Benton IT Service Desk, it comes to me and everybody else in the team, actually. And then we can track and make sure that we're answering all the emails that come into IT real time. But what I want to point out is we can create a email address just like this for the constituent tracking. So what that means is that whoever got an email, one of the commissioners, anybody who gets an email that we need to track can just send it to this email address that we'll set up for you, whatever we want to call it. It'll be our domain. And it will go into this mailbox, but it will also automatically create a card like this. We're going to go through them in a second, that will come to the inbox. So basically, anybody who we give access to can create these constituent tracking elements. The idea is, if you look at this one here, where I've got all the robust text that came in out of the email, all the exchange, every information that's been going back and forth in an email will be replicated over here. So we can take whatever the individual sent to the county, if there's been responses and things going back and forth, all that history will be kept. Okay. So when it comes to this point, we can look and see which ones have not yet been assigned to anybody. So we know that there's been no work done, just somebody has added it into this system. And then we follow a simple workflow of once it gets kind of reviewed and assigned, it gets moved over to the to-do column. It's as simple as clicking and dragging. Then the recommendation is when it's actually somebody starts working on it, then it comes over to this column over here. Oh, I just made it complete. I don't want to complete that. I want it up here. And then when we're assigned external, let's say you gave it to, I don't know, Adam, that he needed to do a follow-up for IT, then you can track that even without giving them access to this board, just knowing that we have external people inside the county who are working on issues. So you all can have a view of where everything's at, if they've been assigned out, if they're on our own to-do list. And there's some great views I'm going to show you in a second that will help us break that down. So I kind of created a robust ticket right here to kind of show you all of the features. So this title would be automatically added from the title of the email if you were to add it from email. Otherwise, you can just type in whatever you want. We have a set of labels. Now, I kind of went and named some of these, like I put in community development and BOC. This one is pink. They all come up with all these different colors by default. But that'll give you a way to categorize these however you want to. If it's by department, if it's by constituent, if it's by the type of communication. And because you can put multiple labels on these, it's whatever we decide to do. So that gives us a way to track these through the system and figure out what's going on in particular areas. This little bucket right here is these columns that I showed you just a minute ago. We can tell from the system if we've started working on it, if it's in progress, or if it's complete, and it'll keep a robust record of everything that's been done. So if in the future we need to go back and look at the history for whatever reason, we can find that. And then just a basic prioritization of 4 levels: urgent, important, medium, and low. And these are Microsoft defaults. Assign a start date. If we know we're not going to work on it till a certain point, that's optional. and we can put a due date on it, and that will help it show up in the calendar view, which I'm going to show you in a second. This is the long text field notes of whatever we want to put in there. We can. This is a case where I brought it over from an email that I had. And then it allows to do a simple checklist. We can add as many of these items as we want to, and then we can track completion. Now I want to show you that if we close this out and go back to the card, it's showing that email text. But I can change the card to show the to-do list instead if I would rather. I can show whatever attachments are there. So I can kind of choose the way they look a little bit. But these little icons down here that I'm going to show you in a second can give you an overall status of what's going on with it. So as we come down here, we can put comments, and it'll have a running dialogue. You can see basically I have a dialogue with myself this morning. So it created one when I added this task, and then I typed in, called and left a message. So whatever actions anybody is taking on these things can be logged in here. So if a constituent came back and said, well, what have you guys been doing for me? Then we can produce that workflow to show what actions we have. We can also add any attachment. And these get added behind the scenes to the Microsoft system. So they're controlled and accessible, and we know exactly what's there. So if I go back to this little card, that tells me that it's an urgent. This little half done tells me that it's in progress. People started working on this. That tells me that there's been comments added. That tells me there's one attachment, and this tells me that there's 3 tasks and one of them is complete. And this right here tells me that LJ is me, John L. But I can assign anybody else who we've added to the group. So I went this morning and added my team. So if we were all going to be working on this together, I can just keep adding individuals to this as much as I want, and they're all going to be listed there. So for example, if, I don't know, we had somebody chasing it down, but it was something that Pat was working on, we can have both individuals assigned to this. And then you can see all the people who are working on this or who are assigned. And that's where I was hinting at the inbox. There's no assignments because they just come in. Nobody's made an assignment yet. And once the assignment made it, we can come over here. And then once the task is completed, it'll just come down here into completed task, and you can see it was completed by me on this date, and this can be hidden. So that's where we keep the ongoing record of everything that we have done. Right now, we are grouping by buckets, the inbox to-do, working, and assigned external, but we can switch that really easy. If I want to see who's got work assigned, if somebody is like falling behind or we haven't balanced the load very well, I can see here what Derek has. And even though he's just one of the participants on this, it will show up in his list. In fact, you can see this is info on the fair. It's the same ticket. We're just both supposed to be working on it. We can see it by the progress, which ones haven't been started at all, which ones are in progress, which ones are completed. We can view them by the due date. So here's the stuff that's due this week, next week, in the future. We can organize it by the labels, however we set it up. So here where I had my little community development tags, we wanted to see everything that we need to work with community development on. They would all be right here. And then of course by priority, there's our urgent, important, medium, and low. So we can make sure we're hitting the right thing. So if somebody is working kind of as the program manager, or even if multiple people are coming in, it's really easy to kind of break down and see where things are at, what we need to be focused on. If we go back here, we have a filtering system. We can see what things are due. Like for example, this is a handy one I use all the time with no date. That means for whatever reason we haven't put a due date on, so I can track those down. I can see by who's assigned to things. Let me clear that filter. So if I just want to see my board, for example, and I don't care what everybody else is doing, I just come in and put a filter on, and then it knocks everything out and just shows me the board from my perspective. And I believe I can add multiple people to that too. So if I want to show what these 3 people or these 2 people are working on, I can see that. There are a couple different views. There is the list view. you can see that it has those little icons and the little color tags and who I assign to. So if you are a power user and want to see everything going on in a great big list, you could do that. The board view is the one that I've been showing you, and then also gives all sorts of charts. I don't know what exactly you would use these for, but if you wanted to see, this broke down in several different ways, you can. And then this schedule view is really super handy. So this shows this info on the fair. I had a start date and an end date. So it's tracking and saying, hey, you're supposed to be working on this one from here to here. These ones are due dates. And this one that's green shows that it was completed. So we actually completed it on time. So that's a good way to get a calendar view of what's expected and what the turnaround times are for it. So it gives us a great way to just move these things through and put those elements on. Let me look at my little notes, make sure I didn't leave anything off. All right, that's basically it. So I wanted to leave time for questions. What concerns y'all have? Will this work? What should we be looking at?
Go ahead.
I think that as a tool, this is fantastic. It's exciting to see. I have some process questions. And of course, number one is task assignment. And closely related to that is the fact that we never know whether only one of us has received a particular constituent request or whether all three of us have received it. So those are kind of the non-IT ends of things, but the more process-based.
I'll tell you on the process side of things, we haven't sat down with Laura and John and myself and talked about how this would work. Today, like I said, it's kind of a litmus test, but we do have the process piece, from my perspective, still to work out internal to our office and how this could work. And so we were very supportive of IT exploring this use of the tool. I do think it can work, but we've got more work to do to marry the process to this.
I like it as a tool.
Yeah, my question is just, what am I supposed to do with all my sticky notes now that I won't need to be sticking them to my monitor, my to-do list?
Well, if you've been using stickies, this feels very familiar. So, and that's these were based on a management system called Kanban, if you want to look it up, and it really was trying to put a bigger wrapper around people who just use sticky notes on a board. So it really gives a visual way to see how things are progressing through the system and really get a snapshot of where things are going. So if you've been using stickies and you're very visual, then you'll grab onto it very quickly.
Perfect. Yeah, it looks great as far as a tool goes. Yeah, thank you.
John,
oh yeah, please go ahead.
John, just to go back to Commissioner Ogero's comment relative to process, one of the questions that was embedded there is there are times where one commissioner might get an email, and in that case they could forward it on to this inbox, and then we would have a process by which we would then work it. But if all three commissioners have received the same email, do you have a idea for how we would manage that? One of them might put it in the inbox, or all three of them might put it in. And maybe that's a process thing that we have to agree on with the chair. When we have multiple copies of the same constituent concern, how do we manage that?
It's a good question. I think the first thing that I need to investigate is, we need to write the code that when you send it to that email address, that it moves over. And we have instructions on how to do it. It's been done lots of times. We might be able to put a filter in so that if the same email gets sent multiple times, the system will look and say, this is the exact same text, that it filters it out. I'll have to do some investigation to see if we can do that. That'd be my first choice. Second choice is, whichever commissioner gets the email, even if all three get it, the workflow would be you immediately forward it to the constituent tracker email. So you would just hit a forward. Then you can come in here and see if somebody else has already done it. So in the case where all three got the email, it would just be a click over and see if somebody's already put it in the inbox. If they have, at that point, the dialogue can happen inside that group. And from what I understand, I haven't talked to Vance about this, but the communication is asynchronous, meaning if Pat puts in a comment and then Nancy puts in a comment, we haven't violated that getting a quorum problem that we run into, because we're communicating just on that element. So if somebody wants to put in there, says, I am going to do it, or I sent out, so all the actions that happen in terms of responding to the constituent should be logged in here. That way we can avoid the problem of 3 people sending the same response.
That provokes another question for me. Will this tracker also track the responses we've sent so that we can look back historically and see, what we sent?
As far as I know, we can't keep a live connection to the email. So once we send it over, we'll be able to tell which email it is, but you'd have to go over to that inbox. I will have the programmers look to see if the email gets an update, like another email gets added in the chain, if we can push it over again. But right now I'm assuming we can't, but it's something I will definitely look at.
So I have a question. So if I type a comment in here, theoretically, technically that's a public record. Are we capturing that for the long term?
No, we would have to.
So everything in here would be archived. So if they did a request of information, then we could push this out into a text file, into a PDF or whatever, that would show all of the different comments and everything else that we put in here. So you can kind of think about this as sort of a meta wrapper around that email. But we don't risk accidentally sending out our internal dialogue to the constituent, but just like everything else, this would be discoverable.
I'm thinking about that tracking responses, and so theoretically, if I sent a response to a constituent, I could then save that sent file as a PDF and then attach it to this this workspace channel, whatever it's called, and then it would be there. That way, we would have a record of how we responded. And I guess that the only question is whether there's a more automated way to do it. It's doable.
Could you just forward your email after you send it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
the other thing,
I like to have that, because that way it's easy on a particular theme to use that same message or adapt it, and also for others to know, okay, we said this, and if someone comes along later and says that, yeah.
Good point. If you can see on my screen where we're adding an attachment, you can upload any file, from Teams or from a computer, but you can also add a URL link. And I believe we can have URL links that link back to the original email. I will investigate that. If that's the case, then we can have that link to the original email here, and that can take you over. But I can't guarantee you that. I can look into that and get back to you on that answer.
Thank you.
John, I guess a timing question. You said this is part of Microsoft Teams suite, and the IT is currently using a different system, but that this would be available as you roll out the Microsoft Teams in the next 6 months, I guess. Is that, do I have the timetable correct?
Yes, it will be, and I am not sure where the VOC is on the schedule, and we can verify that later, but this is currently part of our Microsoft suite. So there's nothing we have to buy. I can get this set up for you guys in an hour. So yeah, just as soon as you guys move over to Office 365 and get Teams, then this will be available.
And are people already switched over to the Microsoft suite?
Yes, IT switched over about a month ago. where we've been testing it out and putting it through its paces. And then this weekend, we upgraded community development. They volunteered to go first as our kind of beta site. So they have all switched over. We're just getting the remnants, and they're starting to use it right now. So we wanted to give them about a month for July to see if we find any other issues, and then we'll just start hitting the other departments. And I believe Linda McGurl has the schedule. And again, I can look and see when the BOC is currently scheduled. It's just a matter of us, communicating with IT and figuring out what the needs are. So then we can get you going. So it's just an administrative issue now, not a technological issue.
Sure. It looks like Adam put it in the chat. BOC Office Suite rollout is scheduled to be 6 to 9 months
from now.
John, is there a possibility that the people that needed to use this tool, for example, the commissioners, myself, our administrative staff, potentially department directors, is there a way that we could be moved over to Office 365 just for the use of this application? I guess what I'm looking for is a way to jumpstart this sooner.
Sure, I will go back and Adam's on here, and that might be a better question for Adam because he's maintaining the schedule. Adam, I'm going to defer to you on this one, but technologically, yes.
Good morning, commissioners. Yes, to answer your question, Joe, if we wanted to prioritize the Board of Commissioners' use of the new version of Office and Teams, we could move that up on the schedule, but there are a couple of caveats to that. If we move the rollout of that new software ahead of our migration to our new email server, there's a few things that don't work 100%. So that's why it's sort of jumping ahead of one milestone in the project. It's not feature breaking or not a huge issue. As I said, or as John mentioned, IT and both IT and community development are currently using the system this way. So it's a couple of issues to just sort of be aware of. Email integration and calendar integration are the to call them out specifically are the issues. Those wouldn't be fixed until we transitioned fully from our current on-premise email service out to the cloud service with Microsoft. And that migration is planned for Q4 this year. To narrow it down a little bit, it would be between late November and December.
Okay, thank you, Adam, for that description. That's helpful.
No problem.
Any other questions or concerns?
No, it sounds good.
And John, I think what we need to do is if the board is inclined to move this direction, then you and Laura and I, and maybe one or two others, really need to sit down and talk more about the process piece. I think we'd appreciate your input in this area.
For sure, and I'm going to try to, because we have that Kanban flow software that I showed at the beginning, just as a money-saving device, since we can do that here, I'm going to be working on trying to migrate our stuff into. So that will help me take all the arrows in figuring out how we get this working and get a more in-depth understanding of how this works. So I'd be happy to help out, and it just aligns with what I need to do anyway.
Thank you. I've been committing to the commissioners and especially Commissioner Malone. I probably have this as a reminder on my list at least a dozen, if not more times. So I appreciate the commissioner's patience on us trying to figure out how to go about doing this.
Another process question, you mentioned the folks that would be involved in that initial huddle, and I'm assuming that Corey as PIO would also be involved.
Yeah, absolutely. Corey would be involved. And actually, a question did occur to me a few minutes ago, John, and that question relates to, for example, Corey. There are times where we know that there's a hot topic in the community and the board's getting a lot of communication on a particular topic. And so oftentimes we'll work with the PIO so that the PIO can help us draft frequently asked questions or particular bullet points that commissioners would want to use in their responses. So is there a way for Corey to create a template document that can be used for any a particular issue, so that we can just use it again and again and again every time we get an email that relates to a particular topic? We have a draft that's already been established by Corey that would be kind of the organizational response.
So if I understand correctly, we might have like 5 or 10 email templates that somebody can select from and say, I want to send this one, and then fill in the fields?
Yeah, in essence, yeah.
I believe that's possible. Let me take that one back and do a little research and see what's available that we can do. That request has been around for 25 years, so I think we'll be able to find something, but let's take a minute and see what works.
I've only been requesting that for 3.5 years, so.
Well, I just remember the old, green and black screen computers when I first learned 25 years ago. They always had these form letters. That was the first thing, so you could send out your holiday letter to all your friends. So that stuff's been around for a while. We just need to find what the best add-in for Microsoft is for it.
All right, very good.
So commissioners, stay tuned. We'll work with IT and figure out a course of action and when we think that can occur and what the process is surrounding it, and then we'll let you know. So I'm not committing to any particular date right now, but just know that we're beginning to regain our focus and start moving this down. IT's just been wonderful to help identify tooling being used.
All right. Any other comments or questions on this agenda topic? Seeing none. I believe that takes us to our break. Thank you, John and Adam, very much for coming and sharing all that great information with us.
Thanks for the opportunity.
So now that brings us to our break, 40 minutes, so we'll be back at noon.
I think are we ahead of schedule?
A little bit ahead of schedule. Okay, so lunch break till noon.
Yep.
Thank you. Joining us, you may be on vacation.
It looks like Gary can't hear us.
Oh.
The audio is on now. The audio wasn't on for your side.
Okay, so you can hear us now.
I can hear now. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, commissioners, good afternoon. Yes, it is afternoon. So this is an item that's been kind of kicked around for a little bit here, and we're finally getting the information we got it gathered. I would like to excuse Rich, who had his wife had an appointment today, doctor's appointment that had been scheduled long ago. So he's here in spirit, but he did, and his staff did prepare the information that I sent along. I believe there's really two things here today that you might be interested in. One is the most component of our program. The other one is just spraying versus mowing, and how the program kind of works right now for our roadside vegetation. I think I'd like to just do the mowing and spraying first, because I think a lot of the concerns we've heard of late relates to the $5 fee for the signs. So if I can kind of go to the second part real quick, the program that we have is really the two-pronged approach. One is we have mowers. Rich provided on page 2 a cost estimate of what it costs per mile and the number of applications that we do per year and the number of mowers. Clearly, using mowing, again, with 2 mowers, which is really what we need to be effective with the program, it is a higher cost per mile. Spraying is a very effective tool, but it's not meant for every place. So between the 2 of them, they work well to keep our roadside vegetation down. Now, this year it's been a rough year. The damp and the wet spring, even into the summer, has been troubling. We've had 1 mower that is pretty much dead and has been for a while. So even if we had 2 mowers, I'm not sure we would have had staff to run them. The good news is we have ordered a replacement mower, and it'll be here, I think, just before Christmas, but clearly in time for next year's program. And we are now in the process of trying to hire some new folks. We had a pretty decent response to a recruitment that we just put out. So those 2 items hopefully will correct themselves, and next spring we'll be in good shape. But I wanted to emphasize in there that if you look at the base costs, it's actually cheaper to do the mowing. But with the spray, it is effective in that the cost associated with the equipment needed to do the spraying, it is so much less than a mower. I think the mower that we just purchased, which is going to be a great asset for the county, it was upward of $250,000. So they're pretty spendy to maintain. So that's mowing versus spraying. I don't know if we'll really change those because they do complement one another fairly well. And that's the way that we'll continue to approach, trying to maintain the vegetation along the roads. So any questions on that, commissioners?
In terms of just pure expenses, one more question, and that is that do you typically try and mow twice a year or spray twice a year? How many times per year does this cost incurred?
From what Rich has told me, we spray in the spring, kind of before things start taking off, and they'll do one in the fall. So the mowing is more often, and the spraying is twice a year. You really couldn't probably do it anymore because that's just the seasons and how the vegetation grows.
Yeah. And so mowing is more frequent. So then when you look at the per mile cost to maintain 1 mile of road, it does add up to more for a season.
Right. And then if you add the cost of the equipment, it's even more. So where we can spray, we do. But, mowing still is very effective in areas like this year, especially if we didn't get it sprayed and it kept growing and growing and growing. We would have had to mow a couple different times and keep people moving around. So to accomplish that. So it's a very good approach complementing the two methods.
Gary, on mowing versus spraying, from my experience, mowing, you don't change the weed composition very much, but with spraying, you can kill something, and then a lot of times something worse comes in its place. Has the county had to deal with that?
Commissioner, I don't know. Again, the product that we use, it's highly regulated and we don't use a ton of it. I can follow up with Rich on that to see if they change up the mixture on a year-to-year basis to make sure that we're still able to take care of the things that we're needing to take care of. There's also other areas, of course, where we have special habitat areas, where we won't spray, and we have to have special procedures to take care of vegetation in those areas, which we work with Shea now to do that.
I have a question about the program, Gary, and that is, if someone opts in to the program, pays their $5, do they then at that point not have any responsibility themselves to take care of that ditch or roadway? What is the landowner responsibility?
Okay, if we want to shift to the no spray, when they sign up for the program, in theory, they are now stating they will take care of their frontage. Some are very good about it. Others aren't. So there are times when we may have to go actually mow those areas, even though they're in a no spray zone. I don't have the quantity. I mean, it's not a ton, but it does happen where the owner doesn't stand up their obligation for that.
Okay, thank you. But part of the reason I ask is because there are still those landowners in my neighborhood that don't have no spray signs, that still haven't taken care of any of the roadside. It's
Right,
challenging.
right.
It makes traffic visibility very challenging.
And I think, you know, Commissioner, on that one, like we had out, I think it was Crystal Lake, or, you know, that area, the issue we had before. Clearly, if it's a safety hazard, we do need to follow up. In that case, we were able to use the work crews that the sheriff's department oversees to do some of that, even though not all of it was done. But that the work crew is another resource that we have that's finally starting to gear back up again now that we're coming out of the pandemic.
Thank you. That it got at least partly done, and it made it, the part that was done made a huge difference. There's still a little bit more.
Hey, Gary, how many people are in the no spray program?
Well, if we want to go to that, I can start that. So right now there's about 70 people roughly that participate in the no spray program on a year-to-year basis. As we've stated, that permit or that acknowledgement to be in the program is renewed annually because properties change, people change their mind on whether they want to do that. And it just keeps it kind of consistent for us in our program schedule that we know every year about certain date, we'll send out notices and then work it so that it's ready for when the grass takes off. So the staff, our staff, especially Lisa Silbernagel, has done a remarkable job of automating this process to where before we sent out postcards and notes and letters and postage and, you know, had to follow up and it was very labor intensive. It's all been converted to emails now for the most part. I mean, there's still a couple folks that the emails just don't work. And so they'll continue, you know, dealing with those through the old snail mail system. But it has really streamlined the process and knocked down the staff time that's used to oversee the no spray program. As stated in the report, it does cost us about $16,000 a year to operate the no spray program. And a lot of that is the administrative part of that. We do the signs, as I mentioned in there. The sign replacement came as an idea that every 5 years or so, we look at replacing our advisory signs because they wear out, they weather, and we need to make sure that they're still reflecting and able to do that. So that was the idea of this $5 fee that would then cover the cost of replacing the new signs. The signs are manufactured by our internal folks, and then they are mailed to the property owner, and they then install the signs. And that's probably in the last couple of years been the biggest bone of contention that we've heard from the public is, why are you charging me $5 for, you know, me doing this thing and protecting the environment? And we've tried to inform them, you know, there is a cost to that. And they'll often say, well, my taxes pay for this. And we clarify that their property taxes don't go to pay for anything in the road. It's really the gas tax that pays for that. And so the $5 fee was just kind of a way to capture some of the cost that goes into the program. Is the road division gonna, you know, dry up and roll away if the $5 fee isn't collected? No, it won't. It's fine. And in fact, as I mentioned in the memo, if the people don't pay the $5 fee, they're not eliminated from the program. They're still in the program. I think this year we had 2, maybe 3 folks that protested the fee. And I think one of them did not pay the fee, but they're still in the program. There were a few more prior to that. So I think we're kind of getting the education process out there, and that's helped. Of course, there was a lot of other concerns and questions that came up every year with the program. And I think a lot of this has been refined because of Lisa and Rich and the work that the road folks did, and Chris Bailey, to streamline the program. So we have very few concerns that come out now. And I will say Lisa does a great job of trying to hold hands as it's necessary and get folks in the program and get those annual renewals, or I guess acknowledgements that they want to stay in the program. So it's a great program. Again, not a ton of people avail themselves of it, but it's there. And it's been pretty consistent at 70 for a number of years. So with that, I'll shut my yapper, and if there's any questions.
I think that that pretty much covers it for me. I still have a little bit of it's a little bit challenging when I go back to why do only the people that want mowing, that are going to do the work themselves have to pay? Why don't we charge all roadside landowners? Because, the cost of maintenance costs for everyone. It's just that we're paying for the other type of maintenance and we're not paying for this type of maintenance. So that gives me a little bit of heartburn. It just doesn't seem equitable.
Other thoughts or questions?
Gary, I would share that, over the last year or two, I've had a number of complaints regarding the fee, if you will. And when we talk about recapturing our expenses, it seems to me that our fee is so low that is it really worth our administrative time in terms of billing people, collecting the money, so on and so forth. I mean, you said there was, did you say 350 people that were part, or 70 people? 70 people.
$350.
Times 5 is $350. And so I'm just questioning I understand the desire to recoup some of the cost, but I would imagine out of that 350, we're deducting monies for the staff time and mail and so on. So what's it really accomplishing from my standpoint is what I'd like to know.
Well, I think that's why I mentioned in there, are we going to live or die by the $5 fee? Well, no, we'll be just fine. I think the way the program's done now, which is mostly by email, and again, if the people don't pay their fee, I don't know if we really follow up and, send them to collections, well, we don't send them to collections. And so I think it's just a nominal, let me call it good faith acknowledgement that, hey, there is a cost of this and we're trying to just cover some of that. But if it doesn't, we will continue on with the no spray. We will keep looking to ways to streamline it and keep our costs down. But if we took away the fee, I'm not sure we'd hear from anybody about the no spray program.
I would, given how minor that fee is and how little of the cost of the program it defrays, and the fact that these people are actually doing the work themselves in terms of the actual maintenance of the roadside, I would prefer not to charge the $5 fee.
But yeah, we're good with that. We just want to make sure we're following the direction that you all desires to go in, so we can make that accommodation and have it ready for next year's program.
My comment was similar to Joe's, is that more trouble than it's worth, and that this is an ongoing charge. I guess I wouldn't recommend eliminating it just because it's such a small amount, but that if there is some benefit to people buying into the program and paying for their no spray sign. But I guess I would question, is it worthwhile? And leave that up to your office.
I think, the point is well taken. Part of the 280 hours that I think are listed in there of the staff time needed to administer the no spray program, some of it is probably related to the fee, but I don't think the fee was ever really designed to do more than just acknowledge there is a cost to the county for doing this. But I understand that, the idea that they're doing something and doing work that we would normally have to do. So there is a benefit to that as well. So.
I mean, I can see it from both sides, and I note in here that we just launched it in 2021, so sounds like we're just completing the first year or in the first year of this program still, is that correct?
This is the second year, Commissioner, yeah, and we had probably more concerns last year. We had a couple this year, and I would say that we'll continue to have some. That's understandable.
$5 fee, sorry, being implemented, yeah. So the reason I ask that is because if it's a newer situation, I think that's the time that you hear the most feedback from people is when something changes. And, you hear a lot of, oh gosh, what is this? And, misunderstandings. So I'm just wondering if in the next couple of years that might die down and not be as big of an issue. But then again,
to me, it's just a moral issue.
Okay.
People are volunteering to do something, and volunteering to do, take on work and not use spray, which is beneficial to the environment.
Sure.
And then we charge them on top of that. And it's, the fee is so nominal. I know, it's so nominal, but it's not defraying the cost of our program.
But it's not to cover the cost of the signs, right? Is that?
It was intended to cover the cost of the signs. That's really the gist of that. And again, those are manufactured internally. One of the concerns we had, just as a side note, was, well, why are you guys doing this? You probably just take the signs and throw them away. And no, we recycle our signs, they're aluminum. So we're not really, wasting them, but we want to make sure that they're visible and that our operators know exactly where the no spray signs are. But, if we go to 5 years and do the new signs, that's, again, it's just a cost of us operating the program. It's a public benefit. It's a safety concern in a way, because we need to make sure our roadsides are safe. And part of that is the mowing, spraying to keep the vegetation down. So,
and I'm not opposed to taking away the $5 fee. I'm just trying to talk it out and, cover all the sides of it if I'm going to make a decision. Pat, any other thoughts from you?
No, I agree with you, Nancy, that first time out, you tend to get more feedback from, and then people get used to it and that they're actually buying something, I think makes some sense and let their neighbors know and let the county know that they're in the program. So I think I'm okay with it.
Okay. So I acknowledge that some, people are volunteering to do work, and that is a good thing. But then it does cost us money. But again, it's a very small one. So.
Yeah, I would venture to say, Gary, how many hours are spent administratively billing and collecting? Do you have any idea on a given year?
Well, I would doubt there are very few hours spent on billing, collecting. The majority of the work is overseeing the email list, getting it sent out, getting the things approved, making sure that our crews know what's going on with that. So again, the billing is probably minuscule. And if they don't pay, we don't track them down and, make them pay. It's just, okay, well, we write that one off per se. And like you guys have said, it's not a huge cost, and we could spend more money going down that rabbit hole. But it was just, I think, staff's acknowledgement that there is a cost, and we'd like to try to recover some of that, just to be, good stewards of the public dollars. So, but it doesn't require a lot of time on the billing side.
Sure. And I just want to say I really appreciate staff's thoughtfulness in that area when it comes to trying to recoup costs and, respecting tax dollars and all of the gas tax, all of our money, it's finite. So we appreciate that. Do we maybe want to bring this back to like a board meeting that we could to make a potential
And
decision?
I think we just need direction, commissioners. I mean, and we're really getting into the weeds here. Typically, we wouldn't have the board involved in this level of detail regarding what I would call a nuisance fee. And, but we do know it's an issue out in the public, and it's been, and like you said, we get more complaints initially. From my standpoint, it's just administratively or cost of the employee that's doing that billing and collecting. And, think about more, I'm just using round numbers here, between salary and benefits, we're probably paying $50 an hour for somebody to do this. So if we put in 7 hours worth of work, we just wiped out the entire $350 that we attempted to collect. So when it comes to some of our larger priorities that we were talking with Sean about today, this probably doesn't move the needle at all, in my opinion. So, but certainly, I think if the board has direction today that is sufficient for our staff to move forward, I don't think we need to bring it back to a formal vote or anything.
That was really just me trying to buy time to think about it, but that's okay. What were you going to say?
Oh,
You don't have to make it.
I wouldn't mind an update at a regular Public Works report, how the program is progressing and
Okay, sure.
if there's any problems with it, or if it's getting into the routine
Okay.
business.
We can do that.
So what I'm hearing is two commissioners say stay the course. That's my take on what I hear Commissioner Wise and Commissioner Malone saying. I heard Commissioner Ozier was saying.
Prefer to drop the fee.
Yeah.
And like I said, I don't really care either way. I don't want to send a message to staff that we think they did something wrong, or, I appreciate, anyway, I appreciate the intent behind it and the trying to do that. So I don't want staff to think that we're, not appreciative of that.
Understood.
But yeah, I'm okay waiving or giving direction for it to go away, since it is such a small fee. Though we're probably just spending way too much time on this. So.
Yeah. So it's the pleasure of the board at this point.
I'm fine with it going away.
I would prefer it stay in place, that it's you've done the heavy lifting, you got it started. It's it's in progress. I don't see that it's worth taking away at this point.
So maybe bring it back to a board meeting for a vote, or?
Actually, I really don't think we need to bring it back for a vote. I mean, something that's.
If I could just chime in here real quick, commissioners, maybe I could, and it just came to me, the real savings that we've realized in this program is converting it from the old paper stamp postage, taking forever process, to having this be done on email. And I don't have the exact number, but if we're spending 280 hours now on this program, I would have to think we were spending 400 hours before. So, you know, the 350 we would get every year is pretty nominal. We have already realized huge savings by Lisa and Rich and Chris streamlining the program. And we will continue to look for ways to streamline the program. That's where we'll get our big gains. And so if the fee goes away, we're okay with it. I think we've already achieved and accomplished the savings that we really were hoping for by going to an electronic format on this.
Okay, so Joe, do you feel confident that you have what you need?
Well, right now I'm hearing 2 commissioners saying do away with it, 1 commissioner saying keep it. But you are the swing vote, so I'll put you on the spot.
I'm saying yes, we can get rid of it.
Okay, so Gary, there's your direction. We have 2 commissioners that are saying do away with the fee. And make sure that staff underscore Commissioner Wise's point, that we're not trying to discourage them from recovering costs. But in this particular case, feel that it's, it doesn't need to be charged.
Yeah, and I appreciate those thoughts and encourage more thoughts like that in the future.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay. Anything else? Sorry, Gary, were you still covering the information on this, or I kind of lost track of where we were?
No, I'm in the weeds too much already. So
I appreciate the memo. It was great. It was wonderful to see the cost breakdown and the information in the.
I will pass that along to Rich and these folks. Yeah, they did a lot of work on that.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, thank you so much. And with that, I believe we can move on to our next agenda topic, multi-factor authentication and impacts on insurance rates. And I have listed Adam and Rick Krager. Hello again.
Hello. Hopefully you guys had a light lunch so I don't put you to sleep.
I had a New York steak.
Medium, medium rare.
Medium rare, obviously. Sorry, Adam, go ahead.
No problem. Let's see, is it all right if I share my screen? I provided a document for you guys to review, but it was late last night. I apologize for the timing. Just getting over COVID myself, so feeling a little bit better today. So happy to join you and talk you through the document. I was hoping the document could serve to go into more detail for you guys to review, and then we would just kind of touch on the highlights with our conversation today. So with that, if that's all right, I'll go ahead and share my screen.
Okay.
Commissioners, just a reminder that Rick Krager initially put this topic on our radar when we had the insurance company come and meet with the board. It was either last Tuesday or the Tuesday before. And multi-factor authentication was one of those areas that we are not doing. So because we're not doing it, it's having an impact on insurance rates. And so we wanted to quickly follow up and give Adam the opportunity to speak to this, exactly what it is and what kind of complications there may or may not be with implementing this. Rick is representing the financial interests, Adam is representing the IT interests.
Great, Joe. Thank you for that context. And like I said, the document goes into more detail than we'll talk about today, but I do just want to frame the discussion. And so over the years, different techniques are being used and required by insurance services to address cybersecurity and their liability and insuring a county and its their cybersecurity products that they offer with insurance. As with anything else, you have to meet specific requirements in order to purchase insurance products. And in this case, they're changing the requirements for the county in terms of its security posture in order to purchase the levels of insurance that we would be comfortable with. And these changes are going into effect before our renewal next July. So we've just, as Joe mentioned a couple meetings ago, renewed our policy, and the Security Insurance Services did a great job of laying out the changes that they're expecting over the next year. And this is really the one that sticks out for the county and our desires to secure enough insurance to cover us in the event of a cybersecurity attack similar to what some of our neighbors have experienced in the recent past. And so the one that sticks out is, as Joe mentioned, called multi-factor authentication. What that really means, to take the kind of IT gobbledygook out of that, is it's using more than one method to verify that you are who you say you are when you're trying to access a computer system. And so insurance companies have delved into this and decided on exactly how they would like to see that implemented in order for our insurance policy to cover us. We've worked with security or city and county insurance services to get details around what exactly we need to do to meet those requirements. And to put it very plainly, we would need to implement an MFA solution, which is typically provided by outside companies. You can buy it as a software off the shelf, or you can subscribe to these services through cloud services. And we will need to purchase an MFA that will address all of the requirements that the insurance company has. And so in the document, I've given a few examples of what kinds of access the MFA is intended to secure, but they kind of stick out as obvious examples. So if somebody is working remotely and wants to access their email, then in that case, rather than just putting in their login and password, it's also going to authenticate them somehow else. So also in this document, I've given some examples about how that might happen. Before I get into those, the reason that we don't currently have multi-factor authentication at the county has been our bias toward ease of access. So over the years, I think the first time IT proposed that we implement a solution like this was probably around 2007 or 2008. And until this point, there hasn't been the motivating factor, like having to address insurance, to move past our bias towards ease of access. And the reason that bias exists is we have a lot of different ways that we log in and access computer systems. In some cases, that can be very challenging for employees or, for example, police officers to access a system they need as they go throughout their workday. So in the past, we have addressed MFA in 2 small pilot projects, one with the Sheriff's Office, one with the Health Department. And in both cases, we ended up abandoning the project because it was so disruptive to their workflow, the business they were trying to conduct. So the big challenge in adopting MFA, if we choose to do that, is addressing all of those small business processes to the point where employees are comfortable in adapting to that change. So to give you an idea of what that might look like, actually, I'll just pause for questions and make sure I'm not getting way too far ahead of you guys. Is there any questions so far?
No, except that the technology's changed a lot. And when I go to the doctor's office now, a doctor or a nurse swipes a badge and it gives them access. So it's a much easier MFA than waiting for a text, for instance.
Correct. And what you're referencing is one form of authenticating a person would be using a badge. It obviously doesn't apply to every situation. And so that kind of highlights that if we implement MFA to address the insurance company's requirements, it's not going to be one solution off the shelf. It's going to be a mixture of technologies that we need to address all of the different business situations. So what I'd like to talk about next is, I mentioned challenges we've ran into the past, with some frustration this has caused employees and how they like to conduct their business, and just highlight some of those and what that looks like. Right now, we enforce a very strict password requirement policy, and include with that is an activity timeout, then it locks the workstation. We've ran into a lot of frustration just over enforcing those policies over the years. We still to this day get requests for somebody to have a shared account or to have an account that doesn't need a password, or a workstation that doesn't lock. Well, this is taking that security concept to another level. So not only is the same password policy going to exist, they will also have to use a second form of authentication in term, when they go to unlock their computer, they put in their password, they have to also provide a token or engage with another factor of authentication in order to get back into their workstation. And for some people, that can happen many times a day, right? So that's some of the frustration that we anticipate in trying to adopt this kind of technology. A second, which is, I've experienced with in other places I've worked, is often to allow for employees to have a second authentication method, they have to carry some kind of device. So that's either, what's colloquially referred to as a dongle, a little device that will display a code, or they need to carry their county mobile device with an app that will display a code that they use to authenticate. Those can get lost. And in those situations, somebody is trying to do their work. They don't have the ability to otherwise authenticate. They're going to have to call IT. We're going to have to come up with a temporary code as a workaround. So it's disruptive in those situations where, somebody may have something critical to work on. Or of course, we all think everything we're doing is critical. It's one more hurdle, I guess, to make sure that they're able to get their work done. Let's see a couple other examples. I won't go through all of these. This adds a lot of new technologies, not only for employees to learn and adapt to, but for IT to support. We have some employees that don't normally engage with the technology as part of their work, but they have to on a, every 2 weeks, they need to log into ESS and Munis to log their time, for example. Excuse me. And in those cases, engaging with MFA can be challenging because they don't remember how. Excuse me, I just got a scratch in my throat. So also, as part of the requirements for the insurance company, pardon me, we're required to secure outside or consumed resources with multi-factor authentication. This is a big challenge. So, for example, we very soon will be accessing email through hosted applications. We'll be consuming other large software platforms, potentially our financial system, potentially our DA case management system, records management system to the sheriff's office. All of those are accessed not on the county network, but outside through a portal that they typically log into. So the MFA requirement is to add a separate method of authentication to that login that they use to access that remote resource. So the potentials there for frustration are that they not only have to log into their computer, provide the MFA, then log into that other resource and provide another MFA. You can see that this kind of creates a chain effect. But it's something, these are all common things that organizations that adopt this type of technology deal with. It's a lot of it is addressed with training. A lot of people nowadays are often familiar with these kinds of technologies because they engage with them to access their banking accounts, for example. But a big challenge to making the decision to roll out MFA is going to be addressing all of these small business processes, frustration of employees, training, and getting everybody into a security mindset and accepting this kind of change. So to jump back a little bit, what this might look like for the average employee on a daily basis if we had MFA implemented. So there are various levels of technology or various ways that we can address having to use multi-factor authentication to access something. One, like I mentioned earlier, might be that they just get a prompt. So I go to log into my computer, I put in my computer or my login and password. As long as I do that successfully, the MFA that we purchase could send a push notification to an app that I have on my county mobile device, and it would provide a screen that I just need to tap. And as soon as I tap, it allows me in, no codes involved. So that's sort of a best case scenario, but you can imagine that there are 100 different scenarios for us to solve in order to roll out MFA successfully. Some other scenarios are, like I mentioned earlier, they're provided a dongle or another device that will display a rolling code. Those codes expire after about 60 to 90 seconds. So they are going to be required to look at the device, type in the code, and then click next to sign in. Another option could be that when they successfully sign in with their login and password, they're sent a code over SMS or text message to a mobile device. And that could be a county device or a personal device. But then they need to successfully enter that code in order to log into a device. Last is there are still options for physical keys. So Commissioner Ojero mentioned a badge, which is a common way for physical access to computers or physical access to buildings. The manifestation of that within MFA is using a USB security key that they plug into the device they're trying to log into. And typically that's for a laptop or a workstation. And again, that's after successfully entering their login and password. So that was a long-winded way of me illustrating the problem. We haven't gotten to the question of cost. I've done some very back of the napkin calculations, and we're looking in the realm of something like $40,000 to $80,000 a year to implement MFA across the organization. Depending on what product we choose, what features we choose, how many different ways we choose to implement MFA changes that scope of cost, depending on the decisions we make. But really, to conclude the kind of and frame the position we're in, we could choose to keep our bias towards ease of access and avoid these situations and frustrations of having to log in this new way, but we would be ineligible for cybersecurity incident insurance coverage. Or we can prioritize implementing MFA. If we do that, we have until July of 23 to meet the requirements from the providers of insurance to assure CIS. Rick, did I miss anything?
Thanks, Adam. And I'll just sort of jump in, and again, appreciation for Adam and his fine work here. And this is a lot of information to take in, and having been part of an organization that undertook this whole multi-factor authentication, I can attest that it certainly is a challenge, and it's a new way of doing work. I can say that at least after a little bit of frustration and time, it sort of kind of kicks in, and you becomes a part of life. The one thing I guess I would just add, and as Joe alluded to, you all recall Darren Godfrey was here a few weeks ago when we were doing our insurance renewals. And just as a reminder, cybersecurity insurance is something that we have held at a $5 million maximum limit. That's what we had in place. What he shared with us as we went out this year for solicitation for new providers, we weren't finding providers that were willing to, not many of them not willing to provide insurance for anybody that doesn't have multi-factor authentication. We were lucky enough to find one that was, however, as he alluded to, they decreased our limit from $5 million to $3 million, and we still paid the same cost. So basically, you can imagine if we could have got up to $5 million, we would have been looking at more of a significant premium going forward. I think, as Adam alluded to, insurance providers being very clear, this is a big risk to them, and any organization without it, they're looking not to insure anymore. And as he said, by the end of this next insurance year, it's likely that we will not have anybody, if we are still in this place, that will be willing to insure us. Now, there are probably always providers out there that maybe are willing to take on a little bit more risk, but who knows what kind of sizable premium we would end up having to pay. But again, I think the industry is changing, the world is changing, and as part of this, there just needs to be a lot of thought around risk mitigation, and providers are just saying, hey, if there's not things in place, if there's not protocols in place, you're going to pay for it or we're not going to insure you. One of the two. And this year we're fortunate enough to be in that place to be able to have coverage. Darren did allude to the fact that if for some reason or other we were able to move this forward quicker, there's a chance that we could get back to the limits that we were at, maybe at the same cost. But I also know Adam has a lot of work ahead of him in this, and I don't know. I mean, obviously, it'll probably take at least a year to get us to that point. So we're likely going to be, stuck with the coverage that we have right now for the remainder of the year, which again is good. It's not as good as I would like, but certainly it will help to protect us. So again, just appreciation for taking the time today. I know Adam's in the early stages. We are also going to be obviously talking about cost associated with this, but I would, at least from my point of view, tell you that this would be the kind of expenditure we would really want to try to move forward sooner than later, as opposed to waiting the budget development timeframe, and really look at a way to try to do this sooner if the powers that be want to continue to move forward with this initiative, knowing that it could cause some form of disruption. So thank you for that. And I'm sure Adam or myself are happy to take any questions.
I have a question. Adam, given the incidents that have occurred around Oregon and with other organizations in terms of security breach and hijack of their data, were most of those due to direct access via a computer or remotely, or were most of them related to phishing and spear phishing, and that doesn't have anything to do with multi-factor authentication? And is this just a really, really expensive solution that doesn't necessarily address the main component of our risk?
A great question, Commissioner. And the answer is yes. The reason the answer is yes is the breaches that I am aware of were as a result of spear phishing, but the data that those spear phishers were after was a compromised password to gain access to the system remotely. And in those cases, the whole point was to sequester data and put a bounty on the data, or request that they send money to allow the data to be returned to the county or city. So it's yes, and it kind of works hand in hand, right? So if you didn't have MFA, that's the situation. If somebody hasn't managed their passwords well, and we didn't, we have the benefit of having a very strong password policy and password change policy, so that limits our risk in some ways. But I guess, I don't know if I could say it any clearer than I already have, but it does protect us in that incident. So say, for example, somebody is phished, the attacker manages to get the password out of that person. They try to act on using that information without having the ability to also authenticate over MFA, the password's useless.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Yeah, that was my question also. I've stated it before, I appreciate IT's efforts in keeping us secure. Nice insurance folks are saying, responding to the what's happening, that it doesn't seem like we have much of a choice. Going forward, we can dither and delay it, but with declining rates of insurance and number of carriers that are interested, I think we need to step up and figure out what's the best fit for our organization going forward. And I'm saying that this is a technology challenged person. And my password is due for an upgrade.
I thought you were gonna tell us what your password was. Sorry.
And it just, this is the context we're operating in. We have to, I think so far we've kept ahead, and there's no reason to slow down on that. So I would just as soon be in the top quartile or and let Tillamook County have problems or some other. This is obviously an area that's getting tested regularly, and so I can see going forward and getting a solution as quickly as we can. The $40,000 to $80,000 yearly cost, I think, is probably pales in comparison to what we're paying for cyber insurance. So I'm fine proceeding, and as quickly as practical.
Thank you, Commissioner. And to put a finer point on it, of course, we're spending the money on insurance to protect us from the full liability of costs without insurance, right? And those costs can be astronomical if you factor in private citizens suing the county or whatever might result of the fact of us not being protected by an insurance policy.
Joe?
Adam, can you speak to the timing of this project? Let's say we launched it today and then you went full bore ahead. What's the timing for between now and the time that we would actually have it up and running?
Sure, Joe. So I think we have a couple of options. If we decide to outsource as much of the implementation of this project as possible, it could be fast-tracked more than how we would typically internalize a project in IT. So if we take on this project as a standard high priority IT project, I would expect it to take somewhere along the lines of 3 to 6 months in order to get, I would say 3 months will get us the vast majority of people using this technology. 6 months would get us addressing all the little small pockets of exceptions that we need to address. And if we can bring in a company to offload a lot of the design, engineering, and implementation tasks, of course, that means the project is more expensive. We could speed up that timeline. That would just be a preference on how we want to move forward.
What other project or projects would you have to delay in order to take this on? And I realize it in part depends if we're outsourcing or doing it ourselves, but these issues that come up like this, this isn't just an overnight solution or a week or a month. And I think it's important, that the board knows and that I know, what are we going to give up in order to achieve this? And commissioners, just so all of you know, as it relates to our department, IT does an outstanding job of project management. And so Adam can tell you and show you exactly what's being worked on and the deadlines and milestones for, Adam, how many projects are on your list right now?
I'd have to guess, Joe, it's something north of 50.
And so keep in mind that if we do this, we're going to have to push something else off to the side. And also, Adam, do you have any money in your budget that could be applied to covering these costs? And if you don't, Rick, where would we come up with this money?
Okay, yeah, so let me address those. So immediately what I would think about in terms of having to delay other projects are some of the large things that we're working on over the next 6 to 12 months. Primarily, it's the rollout of our new version of the Office suite, which is Office 365 and Microsoft Teams for all departments. That project is connected at the hip with several others, including our move to new email services, a new county domain, which I realize is a terrible IT term, but what that means is the the need to identify ourselves on the World Wide Web is changing. That affects essentially all underlying technologies at the county. So that's a large project joined at the hip with our Office Suite rollout and Exchange upgrade. We are moving our department into a new building and 4 other departments within several months. That kind of consumes our entire department. That would be another big one. And, front of mind, we have several internal projects that have deadlines attached to them because the technologies that we're currently supporting have to be upgraded. And if they aren't, they lose support. Several of those have deadlines of Q1 2023. So those are priority for us internally, even though the rest of the organization doesn't necessarily see that or track that. So it's a bad time to take on another large project. But if we're given the direction that that's a priority we need to make, it's certainly something we can make room for and delay some other projects. In terms of funding, IT doesn't have any funds available for the specific technology in our budget. We're very careful we put a lot of trouble in identifying exactly what kind of licensing we are spending our budget on, and there's no item for multi-factor authentication in the 2020 or 21-23 budget.
Yeah, and I can jump in on that one, Joe. And again, Adam's very prudent in his budget in terms of the use and has done a great job in managing that. And he's right. We don't have dollars to pull out of the IT budget. At the same time, as you all know, we've just ended the fiscal year. Happy New Year, by the way. And we are in the process of really reevaluating all of our departments. The good news is the trend has continued and, we're well below what I would anticipate spending wise. So that's good news on a couple fronts. Number one, there is excess dollars for us to be able to look at absorbing these type of priority costs. That's one method. And then the other one is that we have yet not touched our reserves for this particular biennium, which is again another good piece of news. That's $4.4 million. I do anticipate, as you know, with some of the JSIP costs, definitely needing to touch those on some of the soft contracts that we have. But I still anticipate quite a bit of capacity. So long way of saying that there's good news with the budget flexibility now. This is the kind of expense that, again, if, as like Adam said, is a priority, we will be able to sustain that.
So it seems that we really have to think about timing. And the other major decision is in-house or outside vendor. And if we have an outside vendor, then it doesn't displace these other projects directly, but it will still take someone to be the point person to work with that outside vendor. It doesn't eliminate the need for IT staff time, it just reduces it. So
That's correct.
I'd be interested in knowing, the costs of those 2 different alternatives, the in-house versus the outside vendor. Just both the monetary cost and the staffing cost, the opportunity cost for displaced projects.
Thank you, commissioners. That's as a next step in this project, that would be developing costs further, doing a market analysis to determine what sort of the mean cost would be for an adopted technology. And as part of that, I can provide detail on cost savings for leveraging a value-added reseller and assist IT in implementing a product.
Other comments, questions?
It sounds like we're all for it. It's just a matter of how and when.
I mean, I'm supportive of this. Not saying yes, jump on it, go ahead right now, but investigating how and when it fits in to the project list you already have.
So Rick, if we were able to accomplish this between now and July of next year, that means it's a possibility we could have our premium or our coverage increased, if you will, or restored back to the 5 million level if that's what we desire. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct, Joe. And, you know, the good news is, of course, we have our policies all the way up to June 30th. So I think Adam's going to probably need as much time as he can. Obviously, we will keep them informed as they start underwriting and moving into the renewal season, probably around May of next year. And so they'll want to check, you know, similar to what they did this year, check, hey, what's going on with MFA? You know, we'll keep Darren posted along the way because he'll be really helpful to have his knowledge. So he's looking for vendors and informing them in terms of where we're at as a county.
All right. Is there anything else that you need from us?
I don't think so. When would you like the next step of information provided back to you? And that would be cost estimates and the delta of, you know, paying for someone assisting IT and implementing.
When is our next set of internal department meetings?
Maura's got immediate access to that. I saw her finger go up, so she'll tell us here momentarily.
We could do it either then
I
or.
know our law enforcement ones are next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't remember.
We could do that or a work session.
And realistically, how much time do you need do you need 30 days? Do you need 2 weeks? Do you need 6 weeks? What?
No, I think 2 weeks would probably be the minimum. But that would be about, I think, what I would ask for also is 2 weeks.
Maura is currently looking at the calendar.
I'm scrolling to find the next IT.
Joe, I think our administrative meetings, I want to say, are coming up here relatively soon. Like
they're next week.
Oh, that's too soon.
Yeah, they're next week. I'm almost positive because I was looking at the calendar last week or earlier this week with Tracy, and I will not be at that administrative update. It's just a FYI. But it sounds like Adam needs a little bit more time than that.
Yeah, for next week. So it would have to be a work session.
We can always bring it back to goal setting in August. That's an option.
That works for me. Your preference.
Okay.
It's the 16th.
Oh, what's that, Commissioner?
Yeah, I will be out of town, but it's okay.
Well, if something comes up between now and then, we can be flexible.
The next goal setting is August 9th.
August 9th. Okay, next goal setting.
So Adam, let's shoot for August 9th. And if you end up coming up early with it, then just let us know and we can look, and there might be another meeting we could slip it into earlier if need be. But it sounds like August 9th would be satisfactory to the board, at least as I look around the table. Commissioner Ogeron will not be here for that meeting.
I'd say sooner the better, but schedule August 9th, and if you have information before that, it seems like you laid out the groundwork fairly well today, and so if you have specifics in a couple weeks, come on down and lay out the choices that you've discovered.
Great, will do. Thank you very much for your time, commissioners.
All right, thank you, Adam, and thank you, Rick. We appreciate it.
Hope you feel better.
Yes. And then that brings us to county administrator goals. And I see Joe is handing out some handouts for us.
Thank you. Or you have a copy of this for the record. Okay, Commissioners, good afternoon. What I wanted to do is just put in front of you what my current goals are. This doesn't have the status of those goals because I really wanted to talk to you more about future goals. So my performance evaluation is due August 1st, and I am in the process of completing my self-assessment. I was hoping to have it done before I leave on vacation on Friday, but I will honestly tell you, because I have 4 other performance evaluations that I'm currently working on, and I have to do 2 before I leave, that it may be a challenge for me to get it done before I leave. And so if I don't get it done before I leave, I will get it done the week that I get back, which is the week of the 24th. What we were hoping in terms of planning for is to do my performance evaluation in executive session on August 9th. Now, because of my delay in the self-assessment, it could push us back. And so we could hold an executive session at some other point in August, or we could move it to the goal setting in September. So a couple of options. Our target was August 9th. But the reason that I just point that out is as we go through this process, and if you haven't been contacted by HR, you will. Kim Sherman is leading up my performance evaluation effort with the board. And so if you haven't heard from her, you should be here shortly. But, and then Tracy will also be facilitating the dialogue as she has in the past. If the board is comfortable with that, you actually provide the performance evaluation to me. But one of the things that oftentimes takes a really long time is for us to concur on my goals. And so I just wanted to provide you as a reminder that these are my goals that you will be evaluated on in this August 1st performance evaluation. In my self-assessment, I will clearly identify what goals I have accomplished and what I haven't. I think summarizing goal number 1, absolutely on track for. Goal number 2, a mixture of successes and in some cases not as much action as I hoped. Number 3, employee engagement. I haven't touched that at all. You may want to consider that as a future goal, but that is not a goal that I will achieve. Goal number 4, climate crisis. 2 goals under that heading have been accomplished. And then goal number 5, we're on track accomplishing by the end of the year. So that's just to put some tying this to the conversation that we had this morning relative to the board priorities, the focus areas, and the core values. I just wanted to plant the seed with you that it's really beneficial for me for us to agree on goals, just as soon as we can, early on in my performance evaluation, because there have been a number of times where, we're 4 months into my performance evaluation without agreeing on my goals at that point, or just agree on it. That complicates matters when you have a shorter amount of time to accomplish some of the goals. But these are the current goals that are in front of you. I will clearly identify and delineate in my self-assessment which ones I've met, which ones I haven't. And then when we do the performance evaluation, either in August or early September at the latest, I'd really like to try and concur on my goals at that point in time. And I can also ask Kim Sherman she's working with each one of you regarding your performance feedback. Maybe she can collect ideas for goals from you that we can bring forward and try and handle that at that meeting or soon thereafter. But all of you have been through this process at least once with me, if not more, in Commissioner Rose's case. And so definitely open to feedback either today regarding the goals and or the process. And certainly you can speak to Tracy and Kim as they begin contacting you as well.
Well, I appreciate your efforts to coordinate your goals with the board's goals so we don't have too many separate objectives. As part of the process, that just makes sense to what I was saying earlier. We're fairly broad in trying to narrow down our focus, and that just makes sense. You might have some that are kind of separate to the clinics, coordination there that may not be specifically a board goal, but as much as possible to come out with one set, I think is a very worthy goal.
I think that we're getting better at this, a lot better. And I'm really heartened by the fact that we've actually accomplished as much as we have, and there's as much on track as it is. If I were to speak now, I would say I definitely would like to continue the employee engagement goals moving forward. They're important, and it's COVID more than anything else that has displaced that. So and I think that it's hard to completely dive into this without having the next conversation about the organizational goals. But then I think we also need to hear from you about what you see as the real needs from an administrative perspective, because there are administrative goals that, like the relationship between CHC board and board of commissioners, that are not necessarily kind of that organization-wide goal, but there are always those. A finance department reorganization that was on your goals for a couple years ago, and you actually did it, even though it wasn't on here. Congratulations. So yeah, but I think I can see that there's justice system improvement program carryover carry into the next year. And a lot of what's going to carry over is more, will also be program implementation. And that's going to be director level goals, I think. But so I don't know how we want to reflect that. I think capturing that one is going to be a little interesting, because it's going to move out of the board county administrator purview and more into the implementation.
And you're referring to particular
Justice system,
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
Justice
Understood.
system, yeah. The community resilience and emergency management, I think it's useful to have in here, partly because of the fact that it's actually, the emergency management program is in the sheriff's office, and it's one of your goals, and at least allows you to continue to have that stake in it and have the board's blessing to engage with the sheriff as another elected on that, because of our priority. So that's my 2 cents worth on the air right now.
Yeah, one observation, commissioners, is you're also likely either going through or will soon be going through doing advances.
Yes.
Performance evaluation as well. And I do think that there's some definite merits in terms of, looking at the goals you have for Vance, and looking at the goals that you have for me. And there are possibly some areas where Vance and I should be sharing a goal. Commissioner Oshie and I talked about this in relationship to the, for example, the landfill franchise agreement, and that, was on Vance's priorities, wasn't on, one of my goals. But it would have made sense to have been, considering that I oversee community development and our staff is working closely in support of Vance, with Vance to advance that. So just keeping that in mind as you're developing Vance's goals, should there be one or more of those that translate onto my goals as well.
I want to give another example of one of those goals that might go hand in hand across council and county administrator, and that is the whole issue of support for, as well as oversight of, the community advisory committees and boards. And Vance and Teresa deal with all the process components, whether it's bylaws or appointments and all of that. But in terms of actually dedicating staff time to training the folks in departments that support those advisory committees, and having some consistency across departments and how we engage with community members that are serving on those committees, and providing our staff with more tools and opportunity to interact with one another, to trade, kind of best practices in terms of supporting advisory committees. That's Joe's bailiwick, but he may have not given him direction to do that. And so Vance keeps that very much to himself. But we have not been able to make any improvement in the way those community advisory committees and boards work because it needs to come through Joe's pipeline. So that's an area where I see there's a need for a joint goal.
Commissioner Malone, Commissioner Wise, any thoughts at this point? I realize I'm just putting this out there. Certainly don't have to respond today, but I do think after we get a look at the work that Sean does, maybe we can roll right into discussion on my goals, even at that same goal setting meeting.
Yeah, just shooting from the hip, just looking and taking a once over, obviously finishing the co-applicant agreement. Of course, I thought there by good governance topic, just broadly. I don't know if there's something that will fit in there or not. Rolling forward with some of the JSIP stuff. And then I agree about the employee engagement one as well.
The good governance part, what I mentioned earlier was the website overhaul. And I'm looking at Corey. It's a huge project that is going to involve Corey and IT and outside contractors and, Joe working with all the department heads and it. So that's one that I think we need to think about, and it might fit into that good governance bucket.
And just a little update on that one, because when Malia left, she was trying to advance this. And when she left it, and I sat down and talked with Adam and Jonathan, and just trying to gain a focus and get an idea of when we think we can accomplish this. And it was really their hope to put it into the next biennium. And I just said, you know what, I don't think we can wait. And because we're looking at 2 years then, and potentially 3, and I said that's just too far before. So now that we have Corey on board, we will have a meeting with John and Adam. And Adam responded really well with John Larson, so they are trying to advance it. And with the target of having something done by early next year. And however, keep in mind this multi-factor authentication could bump that depending on priority, but we are trying to advance the improvements to the website sooner.
It makes sense to do it when we do the domain change, because if we will no longer be co.net now or .us, and so we have the new website and the new domain name, whoosh, but that's a big lift.
Yeah, we've had some communication about this already. And I guess fortunately I've been a part of website redesign in the past, so I know a little bit about what it entails. And I do know there's a lot of work, but I think when it's all said and done, it will be well worth it.
A lot of the planning work has been done, but the implementation of the website overhaul is bugger.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we got our branding all completed, so that's certainly another component to it. But Commissioner, by the way, Corey has just jumped in. It's like he's been here for several years already.
Well, that's the, I'm making myself a little bit nervous because that's the tricky part when and I was just mentioning this, is when you combine the onboarding with the learning and the assessment and then just trying to get it practical work. But it's a fun challenge.
Well, I would agree to advance the website project as quickly as we can. I think starting my first year here, identified that as something that we needed to do. And that was 3 years ago, or more than 3 years ago. And so to talk about delaying that another year or two, or it may take that long, but I wouldn't start with that idea.
It was part of one of my very first discussions with Leah when I started, so no, it's been a long time.
So Corey and Anna were gonna help us deliver on this.
Well, I'm sure COVID put it on the back burner.
Of course,
too.
of course. And now that we've gotten into all of that happening, you know, just,
We'll make it happen.
yeah.
Commissioners, any other feedback on the topic of my goals before we move on? And I will also give some thought to it and offer up some ideas for your consideration as well.
I'll just repeat my point of, I really appreciate trying to integrate the board's goals with your goals and find the common ground. And I think that's very worthwhile.
Well, it is, it's helpful that we are, I think, refocusing on goals. You know, this meeting is called goal setting for a reason. For a long period of time, we started to use it as, you know, kind of the Christmas tree, every ornament that could be hung on it was. And just because of the timing of issues and taking advantage, you know, of having access to the board, but I do really want to continue to have a focus at these meetings where, you know, we'll have at least one, if not two topics that are goal related, whether or not it's board priorities or department goals or my goals. So, and I'm open to feedback on how that's working for the board as well. Okay, so how about if we move on to Mr. Weiser, you ready?
Yep, for county administrator updates.
So commissioners, I just have a laundry list of topics here for you. Just bringing your attention to our fair booth again. And we may even have all of the slots filled. Even if we do have all of the slots filled, I would highly encourage you to you know, take a slot. I think they are 2 hours in length. And Maura and I are doing a joint one on Friday night of the fair. And then I'm doing another one during the day. And so anyway, it would be great to have you participate, see you there, see you at our booth, trying to convince people to apply for positions with us. And Corey and Johnny are coordinating all of that, but just highlighting. I did get an email today saying all the slots were filled, but even if they are, you can still invite your participation.
I've already signed up.
Okay.
I'll have to look again, just having, having 2 kids.
Yes.
Yep.
We'll definitely be attending for fun at some point, but yeah, I'll look at it again.
You bet. Let's see. I do want to recognize Maura. You know, you've probably seen a bigger smile on her face over the last couple of weeks than previously. You know, she has just jumped in, and we've had a few stutter steps, and we've had to pivot. But she's done it gracefully. She's done it willingly. Doesn't mean she's loved every day that she's been here. We're trying to aspire to that. But just know that I appreciate Maura. She's, you know, rock solid, and you know, lucky to have her.
Yeah, absolutely, I echo that. Thank you for everything.
Actually, I get teary when I think about it.
And then stay focused on continuous improvement as we ramp up all the staff training. And I'm really excited about the new staff that we have on board, and they're showing great promise. So stay tuned, and I hope things will definitely be working toward continuous improvement and operating at a very high professional level.
Good, that's great to hear.
What I've appreciated is I would come to you with something that I was pretty sure wasn't exactly your department, and you didn't bat an eye and help solve it, help move things along, and I really appreciate that. And it's nice now that there are different administrative folks that we will be figuring out who does what, but your willingness to just solve problems, I really appreciate.
Thank you very much.
We got plenty of problems.
Yeah, we do. We have plenty of programs.
Now we have more people to help solve them.
Yes, we appreciate the board's willingness invest, now that we have Mariah on board as of Monday, and we're doing the training there, and I really feel like we're gonna have the capacity at the front counter and the skill set that we ultimately need, not only for our office, but for the building. And, but we could have done that without the board, so thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And I kind of have a pat answer when somebody says, hey, Joe and Michelle, we scheduled that meeting for, and I always say 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Now what I say is when somebody asks me a question, it's like, ask more.
Very
So
good.
I rely on her a lot. Thank you, Warren. So I met with Carla Jones yesterday, and next month in early August is National Health Center Week. There will be a proclamation that comes before the board, I think, on August 2nd. And the community health centers are having I'll call it a celebration on the afternoon of August 26th. Now that's the date that I had from yesterday, August 26th.
Previously,
I will say that Carl, when she was looking at it, gave me a number of dates, but that was when she finally landed on in our conversation.
Did you say 26?
The 26th, that's correct. And so putting that on your radar for a couple of reasons. Number one, Carla will be going to the Community Health Centers Board, who have the authority to give her permission to close the clinics on that afternoon. So the plan is to close the health centers on the afternoon of the 26th, and there will be a large celebration that they are officially. Those are all, may have more details that I don't have as to exactly what that's going to look like.
Carla talked about it at our health director and CHC director meeting. So to just talk about the fact that there would be some presentations and such, but also tables and stations that reflect on each of the themes of Community Health Centers Week, and that she was going to be inviting local electeds and possibly the congressional staff as well. So, yeah, that's all.
So I did share with her that when she shared that they were inviting other elected officials, it's like we need to make sure this is on our board's calendar as well. So, or if you will put a placeholder, coordinate with Carla to make sure I have the right date, but make sure that a placeholder gets put on the commissioners' calendars as well as mine for that event. And that will also involve a tour of the Asian Health Center.
I'm not sure that it's on the same day.
Yeah, it may not be. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Reminder, I go on vacation on Friday. I'm flying to Colorado Friday morning. And I will be there all next week, returning that next weekend, and back at work on, I think it's 24th or 25th, whatever that.
25th.
And so I am available by cell phone if you need me. If I'm driving, my visits entail going to all three corners of Colorado. So I do a lot of driving through the mountains. So if you call and I don't answer, it's because I'm driving through the mountains. Or I'm playing with my granddaughter and I'm saying, Commissioner, I'll call you back in an hour. And Tracy Martineau will be acting in my capacity next week. Warren and I are meeting with her on Thursday to prep her. She will be attending the typical meetings that I normally attend. And that will also include the JSIP meeting next Tuesday afternoon. That is one meeting that I do plan to still attend. I will be there virtually. I think that's so important, I can't miss that. And so I will be there virtually. However, all of the other meetings of the board, the regular meeting, as well as the department meetings that are next week with the board, I won't be at those, but Tracy will. And I'll shoot you her cell phone number before I leave, so you don't have to get hold of her. And she is in town that entire time. We do have a lot of folks going on vacation, coming and going. Right now, we have a number of department directors who have come down with COVID, so a lot of moving parts right now. Yeah, so let's see. Also, making sure that it is on your tour. I think it's tomorrow, or it's on your calendar for tomorrow. The tour of the north section of the building. So I'm looking forward to that. It's been a month since I've been in there or so. Paul tells me they've made great progress. We do have a revised schedule. I'm not sure if I've shared that with the board. Paul has been working, and it's really a phased-in approach, starting in the middle of August with IT, but the other departments will be phased in every 1 to 2 weeks after that. I think it's going to take us till the end of September, because there's a couple of 2-week blocks where we're moving IT in, and then we're not doing anything for 2 weeks. And then we're waiting a week, and then we're moving somebody else in. So I will, or if you can look at my email, please, and there's an email from Paul, and it's within the last 2 weeks that has the updated schedule. If you can forward that to the board.
Makes sense to move IT first.
Yeah, we're hoping for no hiccups.
In conjunction with that, what is our short-term plan for the whole building?
We don't have a short-term plan.
I know in the past, the sheriff's office has expressed interest because of their space.
Yeah, the sheriff had an interest until he went in there and looked at the first and second floor. So I would say his interest is not currently that active.
It's not a secure building.
What we are using it for is for the grand jury. And so the DA's office is meeting in there for the grand jury. And I was down there 2 weeks ago. I had a meeting, and so depending on the spacing of my meetings, sometimes I'll just camp out down there and do a virtual meeting from the old office there. So there were 3 DA staff members there when I was there, and they were using that space because of the remodeling going on, so on and so forth. So right now, it's just being occupied primarily by the DA, and several IT members have moved down into
Our old offices,
your old offices. I think that's,
Took them over.
if not all 3 of them are being used.
They are,
Two
yeah,
of them.
all 3.
Yeah.
And the only reason I've got in there is to use the restroom when I'm downtown.
Yeah,
I toured IT until I go see it. And I was like, oh, my old office.
Yep, so.
Well, that's good. I'm
Yeah,
glad to hear
They
that.
are making use of it, but there's no strategic intent at this point in time. We had a conversation a week ago as I was meeting with staff on the crisis center, and the sheriff was there. And so, we started to bring up some potential ideas for how the office could be repurposed. Or if we were looking to sell it. Now, we know that building was valued around $1.6 million about 2 years ago. I guess as it's grown to probably $2 million by now. So it is certainly an asset financially as well as possible additional use. But we, right now we don't have a strategic intent.
Tear it down, swap with lumen. That way we would have continuous parcel for
Right,
expansion of the
absolutely.
crisis center.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have a growing concern about our footprint where we have the crisis center currently targeted. Every time I drive by there, I'm going, man, I hope we're right, because it just seems like such a small footprint. Yeah, small footprint. And so that could be a possible option as well. And I'll bet you, I would imagine that they would take us up on that in a heartbeat. Yeah.
It would give them contiguous.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So anyway, we're currently still utilizing it. And there's probably more use of it today than there was during the course of COVID, because it was Vance and I there for a really long time.
Yeah, I was there in 2021.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see, so one additional thing as it relates to facilities, we do, there's currently a conversation that's just beginning, and you may be aware of this, where Chris Workman from Paloma has an interest in possibly having a community health clinic within Paloma. So those conversations, exploratory conversations, are starting now between Chris and Carla Jones.
As a school-based health center?
Yeah, potentially.
Nice.
And so just letting you know that there's some discussion going on there.
Yeah, I know that there's opportunities for funding at the federal level, and we've been talking about that for a while with the CHC board. That'd be interesting.
As it relates to our upcoming budget process, Rick and I have been working on trying to refine our budget process, and Rick has brought some really good ideas to the table. And so he and I worked quite a bit last week on the document that will be mailed out to all of the department directors, getting them some direction as it relates to budget development and the timeline. That's pretty comprehensive. One of the things that I just want to highlight for the board is we are trying to ensure that as departments are preparing their budgets, and I'll use the term decision packages right now, I'm not sure if that's exactly the exact wording of the document that's going to be sent out, but we're trying to have departments, identify, this is really what it costs to do, perform our current service. And then anything over and above that, we're asking them to bring decision packages forward that will be separate and discrete for the budget committee to make decisions.
Like the state process with the policy packages.
Yes. And so I think that will make it easier, number one, for us to, the board to clearly get a comfort level with what it costs each department to just financially offer their current service levels and the capacity that it takes, and then, proposing packages to the board about, well, we may want to do this, we may want to do that, and so they're going to be separate and discrete packages that I think will make it easier for the budget committee to work through. In addition to that, I'm really trying to stress the presentations that the department directors do in front of the budget committee. I'm concerned that they become more of a commercial and not enough meat. And I really want meat. I want the budget committee to be informed, and you don't need a commercial.
Yes.
And so that's something that I've been frustrated with, the last two times, and I said enough is enough. So we're going to work diligently on that to make sure that those meetings are useful for the budget committee and are informative for the budget.
I really like that shift and clarifying current service level, and then the discretionary or the improved policy and program improvements. I think that for the general public and then good governance in general, I think that is definitely a better way to go. It's difficult to discern right now. I have a facilities question again.
Sure, go ahead.
The annex, the courthouse annex.
Yes.
I know that some of the materials moved here and we're upstairs. Are we going to hold on to that until the DA's office moves, or?
Yeah, so.
What's still there?
The challenging part of that particular location is because of our requirement to provide court space and court record space. The courts are using that now.
Okay.
And not completely by any means, but the whole rear areas. We're currently under the very front of that, and it's locked off. We're looking at moving them to the back. James tried to clear out. He did a fantastic job as part of the move doing house cleaning. We do have a few other miscellaneous departments over there. Long term, that is a asset that I think I could be used to higher, better use.
Yes.
Okay. And so, maybe that's one of the things that we sell.
I know that CASA just bought the bookstore for the other side of them, so they're no longer interested in our space.
Okay, gotcha. And there was one goal that I had offered up for this current performance evaluation period that we decided to kind of shift and say, that would be a better one for Gary and for Paul, which I agree. However, I haven't had the heart to impose that on them at this point, just by virtue of our short staffing in this building being a priority. And so I do see that as one of the goals that we can resurrect because we still need strategies for the old board's office, for the annex, and for, future expansions and or remodels, as we move out of that portion of Avery with community development, how are we going to be repurposing that area? And so we probably have literally a dozen facility questions we still need to answer. And I do think over the course of the next year that we should really try to answer those. But I feel like we're really going to complete this building.
Yes. So a facilities master plan, but not now.
Exactly.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
Let's see, Commissioner Wall, thanks for moving down. I appreciate that. I won't have the rubber match center everything. Okay, let's see, Project Turnkey 2. As you are aware, we were successful with Project Turnkey 1, which was really being able to create the Third Street Finance. That was a great partnership between the county and Corvallis Housing First and others. Now there is Project Turnkey 2, which you heard Suzanne talk about. That application is due at the end of this month, and we are working diligently with our staff and the city and the providers about what our upcoming application will look like. And I don't have an update as of the last week, so I'm sorry that I don't. But just to let you know that there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes to see what we can do to make sure we get an application in. And this is under that core priority of homelessness, housing insecurity. And so know that our teams are working diligently behind the scenes. We have come to an agreement with the city on a date where we can give both the city council, the Valley City Council, and the board a joint update. Unfortunately, because of vacations in August, we aren't able to do that until the very first part of September. Lauren, can you refresh my memory of that date? It should be on a Thursday afternoon.
September the 6th. The joint meeting?
The joint.
September 8th?
Oh, that's my birthday.
Oh, well, I'll have to celebrate. We're gonna make cookies.
That'd be nice, make cookies for me.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but we are going to do some interim updates, one for the city council, and then one for the board and interim. So you'll be given a kind of a quick briefing now, and then a more in-depth briefing at that September meeting.
And the project Turnkey deadline is the 22nd, so it's right around the corner.
Yeah.
I was going to say, when I think it was Suzanne talking about, she was talking about 28.
22nd.
I saw something got my, I
For
sure
AOC.
they're,
Yeah, that's sooner than I thought, actually. Yeah, because I was still going off of them.
so it's not the end of the month.
Yeah, it's the more time.
Week and a half,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
10 days.
Let's see, also, I am having a meeting with staff, as well as a city representative later today. We're still pursuing an on-again, off-again pursuit of the property adjacent to the fairgrounds. And Mr. Martin brought us back together with that landowner and our staff and some city staff, and that was 6 weeks ago probably. And we were hoping that that was going to, spur some movement there. It was our understanding from Mr. Martin that we thought the time was right. And anyway, we had that meeting, and I will tell you, I'm not so sure that the property owner thinks the time is right.
Well, Andrew may have meant that the time was right for him, not necessarily Branda's. I'm making that up.
So we are continuing to move this conversation forward. So today is really a gut check with our staff, both facility staff, fairground staff, and city staff, because there are a lot of complications to really being able to make this happen. The first of which is to get the property owner to be a willing seller and at a price that we can afford. So the property owner is at the table, they won't be there today, but we will have a follow-up meeting with them after staff has a meeting today to prepare for that upcoming meeting with the property. So I can't make any promises there, but I do think it's a worthy pursuit. If we can make something happen, I know Commissioner Malone, you keep reminding me how many years this attempt has been there.
Well, we have interested parties too, as I understand it now, because the Humane Society is interested in locating out there.
Yeah, that was kind of the thing that drove the conversation with Mr. Martin, they were looking at his property, and he came and talked to us, and we said, you really need to dive in more about Mr. Martin's property, the one that's on the same side of the fairgrounds as our fairgrounds is, because it has a lot of complicated development factors. And so they did go off and do their due diligence and came back and said, we're absolutely right, we're going to pivot. County, what can you do for us? Because they knew we had an interest in this adjoining property. And so, our last conversation with the Humane Society was that if the county were to be successful acquiring that property, and with some of their financial assistance, there's a possibility that we could, expand the fairgrounds and also include the Humane Society on a quarter portion of that property. We're looking at 28 to 30 acres, and the Humane Society, I think, needs in the neighborhood of maybe 2 to 3 acres. So anyway, we're still exploring. So, lastly, the topic of a alternatively lobbyist. I talked with each one of you individually and over the course of the last week or two, and there's an interest on behalf of the board, at least individually speaking, from each board member to pursue this. Rick and I are currently in the process of developing the scope of work. We will share the scope of work with you to get your feedback and input. And then we'll make those changes and then get it out on the street. If there are individuals that you're aware of that work in this arena, please make us aware and make sure that they are sent a copy of the but it's really important to set up a state scope, right? And so Rick was hoping to have his concepts to me before the end of this week. But I think there's been a hiccup in his schedule that's likely not going to allow him. So we're probably not going to finish it until the week that I'm back. So you might see something next week, but at the latest you'll see something the following week as a draft. We're hoping to get it out before the end of July and have a quick turnaround, ideally being able to make a selection by mid-August. We may not need to be able to meet that at this point, but that's okay. So on that note, those are the updates I have for you today.
All right, thank you. So move on to commissioner updates. I have a couple. Number one, I wanted to give a shout out and a thank you to the Sheriff's Department, Sheriff's Office, because when I got back from camping, I found these lovely resource guides in my office, which I know they've been working on for a while, and we had asked them to do an in a schedule, and here it is. So thank you for that. Let's see, I wanted to share that I attended to observe the Cascadia Rising 2022 UC event on June 15th. Joe was there too. That was very eye-opening, and I learned a lot, and I have a lot of faith in our staff. It's good to see that we are actively running drills and working on the kinks, ahead of time. It was pretty cool for me to see since I wasn't involved in any of the EOC stuff, so that was a good experience, I thought. I attended the Flow Wildfire Preparedness meeting that they held in Philomath on June 23rd. Pat was there too, and that was, it was really good to see different participants, they had the fellow with fire chief and people from
ODF.
ODF, and there was one group from, not Alpine, but, neighborhood-ish groups, rural groups that have a plan of action and
Ren.
yes, that's why I kept putting you, I was like, it's near you. Yeah, it was on the tip of my brain. Anyway, no, yeah, it was good to see, and I think, I learned a lot, and there was participants there from Philomath, and I think they probably learned a lot too.
Well designed. The audience was a little slim. It was a good.
Yeah, but it was recorded, and Chris Workman, the city administrator, said that they have really good, usually when they record stuff over time, it usually gets a lot of views, so he felt good about that. And Brian Lee was there to present, and he just did an awesome job, as always, so. And with the Cascade Rising thing, I just wanted to say that Sierra did such a good job. I'm so sad she's leaving, but I'm happy for her journey, on her career, but yeah, she just did a great job. I'm going to be touring the ODF office in Philomath on July 14th. So that's in a couple days, and I'm looking forward to that. July 23rd is the Shipley Family Homestead dedication at Newton Creek Park in Philomath at 11 a.m. I don't know if you guys.
Is that on a Sunday?
It's on a Saturday, so I think, okay. Eric Newman might have sent out.
We got hard copy.
Yep, we got that too, okay. Anyway, I am planning on attending that, so. I also toured the LCCHC before I went camping, and that was a good experience. I learned about some of their challenges that they have out there, one of them being transportation, especially, it's already rural, but then people, it's not like a nearby neighborhood, people still have to come from miles away usually to get there. And there's no gas station right now, so
Yes.
if they're coming all the way in, you burn up a bunch of gas, it's like, it's a tough choice for them, and it's concerning, especially for diabetes medication, which has to be refrigerated and they can't mail. So there's challenges there.
So were people going to Newport or to Corvallis instead because they had to get fuel?
Or they aren't coming, or they just aren't coming enough, or just, our staff has said that they go out in pairs sometimes and they've gone down long gravel roads and found these places and delivered it when they can, but it's a challenge. And sometimes people wait to the last minute and say, oh, I need my medication tomorrow. And it's like, how do we make this work? So our staff and CHC staff has just been incredible. I think just making that happen. And yeah, they did highlight the fact that it'd be nice to have public transportation come through from Corvallis or Philomath. That would help people, even if people could drive in to just the middle of LC and have a bus that comes out, that would be helpful to get to or into town for grocery shopping and stuff. And I think that was it. My only other question is, are we gonna order lunch next month?
Sure.
Let's figure that out now.
Yes, that's the board's preference.
Was that a motion?
I mean, I'm okay either way. It is easier for me if lunch is provided because it's one less thing I have to do in the morning, or.
Yeah, we're happy to do that. And we typically did that pre-COVID here at Depot. So that's your preference or concern.
Works for me.
Okay, we're ready to go. And I'd like to point out, I don't think Commissioner Malone ate his lunch yesterday until last night, today.
Well, it's big enough, I split it in half.
I had leftovers today too, actually. Supplemented.
We'll do it.
All right, that sounds good. All right, what's the next?
I'll go ahead and just to follow up on LC. Like I mentioned, I had a meeting there Juneteenth. There's a revived group getting projects going, one of which was the newsletter that I think has been floating around here. And, 20 pages, or, I mean, it's substantial. I think they used to do a 4-pager, and that, I've seen that in a couple of years. And it's dated May, June, and substantial and fairly enough advertising that it's paid for. So, which takes a lot of work, because little ads. So Eddie, Provost, is the chair of the ACE Group, LC Community Effort. And I had forgotten that was what they called themselves before COVID and before they took a little holiday. Seemed like good effort. I mean, there are different projects going on. The library was built in NICO 5 and is getting close to needing a roof. And they've got pledges for like $50,000 for a $75,000 project. Except then Eddie started talking about solar panels on the roof. I said, well, you want to do the panels on the roof at the same time, so your $70,000 budget may not be sufficient, but everything I know that it's panels and roof at the same time is ideal. Along with that, and they do have some solar panels already. We want to at the back of the library, but want to beef that up and maybe electric vehicle charging stations. They're kind of isolated, and so I think the idea is self-reliant. What can we do to make sure we have what we need when the power goes out, which I assume is regularly during the winter, or at least in certain areas. It's a modest amount of funding from Lincoln County, because they're, for some people, they're the closest grocery store or clinic. And so just to increase that resilience idea, and well, what do we have now? And what do we need? Apparently our Public Works has a portable generator there that will kick in to run the water and sewer system, except unless Public Works needs it, and then they can take it. So need to get with Gary and see to clarify that. Because if there's a power outage and they need it there, and apparently it's
Commissioner, that's for which building?
I think it's for their water and sewer system. It's sitting there as a backup power in case the power goes out. But there was some question that it's not dedicated for that. And it's there most of the time, or almost all the time.
But when Public Works needs it, Public Works has priority because it's our generator.
If my information is correct, that's the situation. So anyway, and I talked to Eddie about coming to our city managers meetings, and he agreed to that, and hopefully he's on the mailing list.
Yeah, I've got his information right here, Commissioner. I haven't reached out to him yet, but I will give this information to Maura, so he's on the distribution list.
It reminds me a little bit like Monroe was a couple years ago when we couldn't get a hold of Monroe. And it's nice to have small communities self-organizing and stepping up and friend of mine is helping them with grant writing and so things are happening in LC. And I think deserve, in addition to the clinic, and that it is our responsibility. That I think sometimes a little boost in a community that size can make a big difference.
For sure.
So that's that one. Not going chronologically. Mid-June, Jose and I went to the AOC legislative meeting in Hermiston, and I won't go over that. It's I would describe it as an ongoing effort to knit back together AOC that I think is partly because of, well, building tensions, rural counties, valley counties, and then not meeting in person for 2 years, I think is amplified those splits. So the mid-June meeting was the second one. We had one in March in Salem, billed as a legislative retreat. And I think making some progress. Trying to stay away from the divisive issues as much as possible and figure out where the common ground is. And we had a facilitator. And so I appreciate the effort, and I think if we can continue to meet in person, I think we'll have a chance of being an effective organization, especially considering the upcoming legislative session, and they've had quite a bit of staff turnover, a lot of as far as their legislative people. So I think they've got almost all their positions filled. Natural resources is in the works.
Yeah. The person who's on tap for that has to give notice of their current job before they announce him or her.
So by the end of the week, we're supposed to.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna start August 1st, so by the end of the week, they have to give notice.
Okay. So that was Wednesday, and Thursday was started a 2-day Eastern Oregon Women's Coalition Economic Summit that was postponed twice due to COVID and finally got off the ground. Well organized. They had 4 tours on Thursday, water, housing. I did the economic development one and forest management. They had to drive a long ways to find any trees.
Yeah, they're not in Hill County.
But as part of the economic development tour, did a lot of Port of Morrow tour. And I knew there was a lot going on, but it's impressive, it's massive. They have a lot of land and it's flat and very buildable, and they have the river and the railroad and the interstate, so transportation options are right there. And whenever you get a chance, tell people Well, I know where Tillamook cheese is really made, and it's in Hermiston.
That's amazing to me.
They have some very specific language that dances around that one.
And there's no cute little retail tours in Hermiston. That's at the coast. So it's massive like every other warehouse building, and there is a massive dairy 15 miles away, or
That smells good.
15-mile dairy. It has a name that's slightly familiar, but it's massive, and I don't know if their only customer is Tillamook, but there is a thing going on there. Amazon data centers, maybe regular warehouses. And one thing I did learn, well, Amazon has wrought iron fences, you know, and then curved out, and and that because all the buildings look the same. They're just these massive concrete bunkers. Well, they're above ground.
Yeah.
But just typical concrete warehouse
Yeah, typical.
buildings and massive. I forget the name of the Smith and Wesson or something like that, potato processing plant.
Yeah.
It's Weston.
Weston, not Weston.
Yeah, and two names. But just, I mean, acres of buildings. So that was Thursday, had a dinner at the OSU Extension facility nearby. Got to talk to ex-Senator Betsy Johnson was there. And, I don't remember a lot about the dinner. And then Friday was indoors at the, as part of the tour, we started at the high school and CTE type programs, very well developed and supported. They had a union apprenticeship trailer pulled in there and explaining apprenticeship programs, and so relatively new high school, kind of a fun. The high school or the CTE program builds a house every year, so that they have enough land that they're on their 8th house or something like that. And so the students do a lot of the work, not the plumbing or the wiring or some really technical stuff, that are involved all year. And the house was basically ready to I think they'd already sold it, and they were just finishing up things, but I thought that was an interesting, kind of very practical, on the job training, which came out of the high school. And Friday was at Mac High School, had kind of a political / lobbying component. Senator Merkley was there in person. Senator Wyden was video. Kate Brown was video. So this was recognized as I need to be there. And then 2 governors candidates, Steve Kotek and Betsy Johnson, were there in person. And Christine Grayson was in Europe, so she was video. So, and then there was a state legislative panel, a dozen legislators from Portland and talk about, yeah, I'd like to come out here, I've been here before, just to kind of see how the other half lives, kind of a deal. And then the afternoon was, you can follow up on your tours from the day before, water, economic development, forestry, housing, kind of section. So it's a ways out there, fun. It's fun driving past all the windmills. So there's a lot of windmills on both sides. Once you get past east of the Dalles, both sides of the river, it's a big business, and probably a way for ranchers to make some money or supplement their income, probably steady income compared to ranching. Last Friday, we haven't heard about this for a while. Our workforce board that we're part of, Benton, Lincoln, Gilwood, Clatsop, Columbia counties. We have a shiny new program manager, Ailey Rita, who reached out and said, I'd like to meet with you. And, I think it was Thursday or Friday, it was Thursday. And that got me thinking. I invited Kate Portia to come. Benton County has not been getting our fair share out of this arrangement, partly geography. So she's new, she's been on board maybe a month. The last program manager was fired about a year ago. There's been a fair amount of turnover. Be glad to go into excruciating detail, but I won't.
No, please don't.
I'll say that.
No, yeah, exactly. You definitely shared concerns over time regarding that program.
Well, it just keeps going, and maybe I tried to do something last fall. Well, anyway, it came to a head, and we had a meeting in December. There was a commissioner from Lincoln County who heads up our 5-person consortium board. Found a local lawyer to look into the previous program manager who had quit and wrote a letter talking about harassment and problems. And so Doug got right on it, and 13 months later, got a report from this lawyer saying, well, I've interviewed all the current employees, none of the previous ones, but all the current ones are happy. So things are fine. And it turns out that the counties have financial responsibility, but don't have hiring and firing authority. That's the 20 to 25 member board, and it's not a very good arrangement, but that's what we got. And I'll do what I can. Admiring the maps and different configurations, and we are the Northwest. There is a mid-Willamette Valley, which is When Marion Young Oak, and I got a little more detail when this was being reformed in 2014. Roger Nyquist didn't like Benton County, and so that's why apparently we were not part of the Mid-Willamette Valley.
It was very complicated. There was a whole staff battle going on within CSC at that point about stuff too. I've got some spillover from because I was building right next door.
Okay. Anyway, sorry, I didn't delve in there. That's it. Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Okay, start out with a couple of past events. I think both of you are aware, but not completely sure, that I had signed up for the AOC member exchange program last year. And I was paired up with Commissioner DeGroot from Klamath County and Commissioner Jacobson from Lincoln County. We tried to get together 2 or 3 times, had dates set, but things would just fall apart, COVID or this or that. But Katie Jacobson and I, Commissioner Jacobson and I got together about 3 weeks ago, and I hosted her here. And we had just a pretty freewheeling discussion about county issues, board dynamics, relationships with state legislators. Spoke to her a little bit about both Rep. Gomberg and Senator Anderson because she's worked with both of them very closely. And just to get to know their communication styles, et cetera, a little better. And also focused on some of the innovations that we are putting into place with the Crisis Center and some of our justice systems work. She was very interested in fairgrounds. Their fairgrounds is in a very sad state. It's in the middle of town and they can't expand. And it suffered from a real lack of investment. So we went out to visit with Lynn. Lynn gave her a lot more background about what we're doing here and the plans and, that we have for the fairgrounds and how we're using fairgrounds for the fair and for as an event center moving forward. So it was useful. And there's, again, an open application right now for member exchange among commissioners. I would encourage both of you, if you're interested in putting your name in the hat and doing that. It's good to go to some of these other counties and see how they do things and learn from them. We don't have to do it formally through AOC, but
it closed or officially closed last Friday.
okay.
And I had intended.
Yeah, I'm sure you could still get in on it. I don't think that the door is completely closed, but anyway, it was, I had high aspirations for doing a lot more with 2 buddies, but it didn't happen because everyone was so busy with COVID and one thing and another. And down in Klamath, they had only 2 commissioners for a while because one resigned and they chose to wait for the primary. The other AOC items that, as you mentioned, the strategic planning is going forward. I think they're making good progress. Proof will be in the pudding, as they say, when we start building our legislative agenda and go through the next legislative session. But I'm very pleased by the work that's been done today to try to bring folks together from very different parts of Oregon and try to focus on our commonalities and common interests rather than on what divides us. My experience going out there, I didn't stay for the economic summit. Unfortunately, it sounds like it was quite interesting, but it was just driving out there in my electric vehicle and figuring out where the charging stations were and where I needed to stop in order to get there. It was kind of an adventure. So the other things that I've had going on, I did want to mention that Ken Humberson, who brought the apprenticeship proposal to us, the resolution idea and program idea, said that we made a mistake when I shared the signed resolution with him. He's been working on this in a variety of counties, so even if we only made it this far over the line in terms of the formal program, just making the resolution support apprenticeships, he was very pleased. So thank you. We have an AOC district meeting coming up on September 9th. I think you've both gotten notice about that, but if you haven't, okay. AOC district meeting on September 9th. Last year we hosted, it was virtual, so we didn't have much to do. This year it's Lynn County's turn to host, and I know that staff at AOC have reached out to Chair Nyquist, see what kind of feedback they get, support they get. We may end up trying to help out because I'm still the district chair, even though I'm hosting over there. And that district meeting is going to be focused pretty heavily on the next budget and on strategic planning as prep and more discussion, localized discussion before we head into October board meeting and then the annual meeting in November for AOC. I've really enjoyed being the public safety co-chair this last bit of time, and I've been moving into the next session. I'm not sure whether I'll be continuing that role because it's dependent on the incoming AOC president, then that'll be there. So don't know whether I'll continue in that role or not, but we'll see. Let's see. In terms of scheduling, there are a couple of things. The next meeting for the House Bill 4123 regional housing pilots is on the 29th of July. I have a conflict. I will be over at Comp Northwest for their white coat ceremony, welcoming our new class of osteopathic doctors. So Nancy, I don't know whether you're planning on.
You have an email you sent me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Or I know that we'll be represented by staff. So okay, not a problem. Can't, but. And I also got a call from Commissioner Will Tucker a couple of days ago. He's been talking to the folks at Comp Northwest. They have new leadership over there in a couple of different roles at this point, and they are very much, they've gotten a big gift to invest in mental health, behavioral health training, and a mental health focused campus. So Commissioner Tucker's working with them and a group of folks on that, and may want to pull Benton County in at some point to provide support of some kind, and I'm not sure what that means. I just mostly listened to him. At this point, there's no substantive proposal, but as you know, we did contribute to the substance use treatment center that Samaritan put in over in Lebanon. So more capacity going in Lebanon, but it will benefit all of us if we have more training capacity for those badly needed professionals. So, and what they're going to be looking for too is residencies and internships. And I know that our community health centers has already been providing some of that kind of training. So, but I don't think they're connected with Comp Northwest yet. So I will. I also just did put Carla Jones in touch with Commissioner Tucker because we're always looking for Lynn County members for the Community Health Centers board. There are no Lynn County board members at this point, and we've had 2 clinics over there. She's had trouble getting engagement from Lynn County. Other events. I am planning on going to Debbie Wine's retirement party. Just to be supportive.
2 weeks from tomorrow.
I think so. I didn't write it down. I just-
Yeah, 27.
Yeah. And there's,
Well, and there were 2 things.
there's a lunch and there's a social event at the Rotary Shelter down at Willamette Park in the evening. So 2 opportunities. And it totally confused me when invitations were walking in on the same day. But so that's it for events. I'm looking forward to Forest Tour to have more details on that sometime soon. Just because I have a conflict and I need to clear my calendar. It's a personal conflict. I need to clear my calendar. If that's
Because I think
definitely.
it should show up on all your calendars. I forgot the date.
It's the Friday, the
August 5th.
5th, yeah. So then a couple of other things in terms of activities that are past. And some of this will be familiar because I've talked about it a little bit before. I was approached, we all work by Lizzie Atwood Wills, who used to be a lobbyist for AOC, about the Healing Advocacy Fund, which they're going to have implementation of Measure 109, psilocybin assisted therapy measure. And it's the way the program is designed is that all counties are in, all cities are in unless they opt out. The voter put a ballot measure on the ballot for fall, the deadline's rapidly approaching. So we've seen several counties already move forward with ballot measures to opt out. Voters here approved the measure by 64% in Benton County. So personally, I don't feel a great pressure to opt out. And I don't think we will see very many proposals for either therapy centers or manufacturing in rural county manufacturing maybe. We may see, and this was something that Lizzie alerted me to, there are a couple of retreat centers that may end up forming that are focused on psilocybin therapy.
There was one in the news, Southern Oregon,
So,
maybe Jackson County.
so from a land use planning perspective, that's something that we may expect to see. So, possibly.
This was
So-
an existing facility.
That would take on that, yeah. Yeah.
Find a new purpose.
Got it. So, but what I talked to Lizzie about, when I circled back to Joe on, is that the best approach in order to make sure that we're all informed about this program as it's evolving and they finalize rules this fall, is to have them come to a work session and present. So,
But she had contacted me. and
right.
Wanted to meet. I stalled.
Yep.
Does she have any feedback on the timing of that?
I don't think it's sort of urgent, especially if we're not, I'm not interested in a local ballot measure to opt out at this point. If we were, I would say it would be urgent, but,
This is the first I've heard of it, other than when we voted on it.
So she and I had communicated back and forth via email, and I had asked about, I had said, I think it would be good to bring in our staff, community development, and some from the health department. And then Sheriff Van Arsdale also indicated that he was interested in that conversation. So I was actually gonna bring it up at our agenda setting meeting tomorrow.
I don't think it's urgent, but
Yeah, it's good. My biggest thing is land use. Like, is this gonna affect us in some way with land use? The marijuana stuff is affecting us in ways that I'm sure some people thought ahead. I don't know. It's kind of a surprise to me, so.
we
want to make sure.
talked about that. We have time, place, and manner authority over the manufacturing and the treatment facilities. There's also language in the bill itself, it must be 1,000 feet from schools and no facilities within residential.
Yeah.
Either rural.
I feel pretty good about it. It'd be good if Darren or whoever from community development wants to be in on that conversation.
Yeah,
I've
absolutely.
already sent both Darren and Suzanne the preliminary info, so they're both interested in learning.
I just hadn't emailed Darren yet because I knew he hadn't voted.
So what would be the intent of the work session, and who does Lizzie represent? Is she the
Healing Advocacy Fund, yeah. Our role would be, at this point, is in the absence of time, place, and manner code here written specifically for Benton County, our community development staff would be responsible for signing off on land use compatibility statement that came to us either from a treatment center or from a manufacturing facility. Manufacturing facility for psilocybin is they're growing mushrooms, so there's not a high electricity demand, there's not a high water demand. It's in the dark, so the light, noise, odor issues that marijuana and hemp generate are not. They're just not issues. It's likely that it'll be an anonymous facility without any kind of exterior marking. I asked Lizzie whether or not the regulations contemplate any kind of security, because that's the one thing also that I've heard from people about marijuana grows is that you have to have lights and you have to have, razor wire. Then it looks a little different, but I don't know that they're planning to do that. So I asked. Anyway, I think, unless we decide to adopt time, place, and manner code, I don't think it will have a huge impact on us.
So when Lizzie comes to a work session, her intent is just to educate or?
Educate. And
I think she wanted some feedback in some cases, maybe, but maybe she can tell us.
she wanted to know whether we had concerns, and that's why I had immediately pinged Darren and Suzanne, and omitted the sheriff, but yes. So I think that for them, the Healing Advocacy Fund, if we did it sooner and they could get feedback from us, they prefer that. I just don't think it's during our side necessarily. Yeah, and she has a presentation which she can give, and that I would want to hear from all of our staff about any concerns they have.
And so the people that we would want present for that, you and I talked about this briefly yesterday, was Darren, Suzanne, Sheriff, Vance, any other staff that we need to have present in this.
I would just say if any of those people want, any of their people to come.
So that's one. The other,
Commissioner, before you go on, who's the point person for communicating with Lizzie at this point? Because it sounds like she's been communicating.
All of us,
I can pass it back to the chair wise, or I can continue either way. It doesn't matter to me.
Or just make me know, it doesn't matter to me either.
Or we can have Amanda do it.
Yeah, it's up to the commissioners how you'd like to interface up. It would be nice to know who is kind of the lead and the main point of contact for her at this point.
I would pass it to Amanda.
Okay.
Works for me.
As more of a scheduling structure, I don't think I knew that she was, I thought she was just talking to me.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a problem.
Yep.
Guess what, if we would have had our new tool and you could have just, if she communicated via email, could have
Entered it in and found out that it was all three of us.
And or if she had mentioned, I'm trying to meet with all three of you,
Yeah.
you know, because again, I was like, oh, maybe she just reach out to me because I'm the chair. I don't know.
Yeah.
I never
And I
had
thought
that.
it's just me because I worked with her really closely in the last session, but you know.
I thought it was because I'm special.
You are special.
The other event that a reading I took place in was this last weekend. I was part of the NAACP's Protecting Democracy Civics Circuit Training, which was held down at Common Fields on Sunday. And it was really successful. It was great. There were 6 different tables. Rick Rayfield and Jack Lehman were there talking about campaign finance. There were a couple of people there talking about how to run for office. James Morales and the county clerk from Lynn County were there about elections security. Me, the role of local government officials, based at squatters, implicit bias. And then Bonnie Brzezowski from the Corvallis Library about disinformation. And I would say they were estimating about 75, 80 people showed up. So each round, and I think we had 6 rounds of people coming to our stations, were anywhere from like 6 to 12 people. So it was busy. Like I was really forced by the end of it. But it was great to see folks really energized and active. Most people from Benton County, but there were probably about 15% from Lynn County, either Albany or Lebanon for the most part. And part of what I talked about was voting processes and how we're elected, the fact that we are elected on a partisan basis here in Benton County. And the fact that with an decreasing number of people registered, either with the Republican or Democratic Party, the fact that really, and our closed primaries here with the county commissioner, that it disenfranchises an awful lot of people that are not affiliated with the party. And that to take full advantage of ranked choice voting, one modification of the system could be to open the primary for commissioner race, and to have a top four kind of a system where the top four vote getters or top three, whatever we wanted to do, went to the November general and then had ranked choice voting. Because in the last couple of rounds of elections with our ranked choice voting, or in mine anyway, there was me and the Republican candidate and then Mike Beilstein from the Green Party. And I would have thought that as kind of a in-between person between Republican and Mike, way over here on the left, that I might have been the second choice. But it was not the case at all. Everyone voted for Mike Beilstein. All the Republicans ranked him second, all the Democrats ranked him second. It was one of those cases of anyone other than the other party. So because the partisan divide is so keen, the ranked choice voting doesn't work.
That's what I feel like, when I just, whatever, this might not be the right forum for it, but I just, quit messing with our voting, like it's not the time for this conversation, I guess, so.
Anyway, I just wanted to let you know that as I was speaking about democracy and local elected officials, that it was, and I knew that this was an issue that was of interest to a lot of people, I mentioned it, and I emphasized to everyone that, we are a home rule charter county, and that our systems are completely up to community members. And also mentioned the city of Corvallis and city of Bologna to go charter entities, and that they should take a look at their local charter, if they were interested. So it was a good discussion. I also encouraged everyone in terms of what to do next. I did put a list together of resources and things to do. And one of the things I mentioned to everyone is that what matters, of course, is having a relationship with your elected officials, not just writing to us when you're in your animal brain, when you're all upset about something.
Yeah.
So that they should reach out. So they should call us, write to us when they aren't in a tizzy, and ask us out for coffee. Just have a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
So you may both hear from more people because
I
I
hope so.
opened the door.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wanted to let you all know about that so that none of this stuff came up as a surprise. I did speak briefly in advance about charter review. We have not done a formal charter review for a long time in Benton County. But we don't have to, the way it's addressed in our charter, because it's every 5 years or as seen as the board prefers. So, but if we have, community members come to us asking for it, then Vance is the one that's the steward of that process.
Commissioner, when was the last time it was reviewed?
Vance could not tell me. He said he thought it was about 8 or 9 years ago. And he also said that the charter review committee is board appointed, and that previous boards they were partisan in their approach. He's been through the process a few times, and past boards here, appointed even members of Dems and Republicans, but then our immediate predecessors always appointed only Democrats. And so I do know that as personally, I would not take that kind of an approach. I would go for a broader spectrum, including all those unaffiliated folks that don't get represented. So, but
We represent them.
we represent them, but we,
Yes.
but from a partisan perspective.
I know what you're saying, yeah.
So, but I'm not sure that will even happen before I leave office. So, all I'm saying is that I opened the door to a lot of people, and I wanted to let you know that that door is opened.
Okay.
Whether anyone walks through it or not is another matter.
Sure, thank you.
So Commissioner, are you advocating to do a charter review at this
No,
point? Or
no.
you're just saying,
No.
I opened up the door.
I opened the door.
People.
And just from an administrative perspective, I did look, every time I look at the charter, it's kind of funky, and from a staff perspective, it could probably be streamlined and clarified a little bit, but it doesn't have to be. There's nothing that's wrong with it.
How are our
It doesn't,
pronouns?
pronouns are not good.
Okay, so I mean, that's some low hanging.
Yeah,
hanging
I mean,
fruit.
yeah, but it's not a reason that I would necessarily open it up just for that, I don't think.
I still have minor PTSD from the Corvallis process. So I'm good if we wait a couple more years. And we have a lot of big projects going on anyway.
Yeah.
But it's probably one of those things that we should
Actually,
All back.
there are probably no pronouns in here, but if I look at it again, it's all written in kind of third person, so,
That's good.
yeah.
I made a note to look it up again because I haven't looked at it in a while. I wanted,
I had a hard time finding it, finding the most recent copy, but it's under legislative council on our website.
I also just want to say I'm sorry about bringing like the bridge choice voting stuff. I know you weren't saying you were advocating for it.
I did advocate for it.
Okay. Okay.
I was part of that, yeah.
All right. Anything else?
I neglected to mention that was in the full frolic parade last
Oh,
Saturday.
good.
How are you?
Good.
I waved.
I'm glad you went. I have not yet been to a full frolic, I hate to say that.
Oh, I was going to say that. I went all 3 days.
Oh,
Yeah.
did you
Kid activities, and I caught a fish in the fish rodeo, and Natalie did not want to because she didn't want to kill it. And I was like, they got it right there in front of you. She's like watching, and then she's like, I can't look, and then she looked. Anyway, it was a good time.
Good.
Not the whole rodeo was a good time.
I went on Saturday, and when I found out about the fire, I called Chris Workman because I read about it in the newspaper.
Yes.
And I was supposed to be going camping, that's when our camping trip got canceled. And I looked at Eileen and I said, I looked at the newspaper and I said, Eileen, I think Chris needs some help. So I called Chris and said, well, come out and volunteer and tell us what you want us to do. So he's got such a big heart. And so we went out Wednesday night and spent 3 hours working on a fence with him and members of his family. And my wife is a little impatient, and she's like, Energizer Bunny wants to get things done. And Chris is being so patient with his middle school
Yes.
kids, trying to teach them how to use
Yeah.
the drill and other power tools. And Eileen's just chopping it.
Vibrating.
Can we just hurry this up?
That's funny. You got a shout out on Facebook or something. They mentioned, Frolic mentioned that you were.
Oh, yeah, I just enjoyed that. Chris and I would kind of fence posts together, and yeah, he's got such a great heart.
That's great. I'm really glad that you all went. I was still in that mode of recovering from COVID and just not wanting to deal
It
with
was hot too,
Yeah.
and the bleachers are small, a lot for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, good times.
Commissioners, before we close, can I ask you a quick question? And we don't have to get into detail, but I did provide you some information yesterday regarding the Roe versus Wade decision by the Supreme Court. And I shared with each of you, Joe Hahn's perspective on this, provided you with information. Commissioner, I know you shared some feedback, and the other two commissioners you may have emailed me. And it seemed that if there's any way that I can easily get the direction on that particular topic from the three of you, whether or not we, do something, or we don't do anything, or we do something in between.
Sure. My gut reaction is just that it's a very personal thing, and maybe it's better if individual, commissioners want to do what they want to do on their own social media platforms or in their own way. I don't know. That's just, it's very controversial, probably the most controversial issue maybe, besides guns, I don't know. And just many of our constituents feel one way about it, many of our constituents feel another way. Where I'm thinking of like JSIP and stuff like that we're trying to get broad community support for. And I just don't want to alienate anyone one way or the other. But that's just my kind of gut feeling.
Yeah.
My thought is, we really don't have, it's not our issue. We're not, I've gotten no emails about it. We don't, it's not really in our jurisdiction. And I guess I don't see any reason to wade into it. It often is a legislative matter. I mean, it comes up there and there's a bill and but we don't have that kind of authority.
And I have a different perspective. I was really pleased by the draft and wouldn't mind stepping out into this space. I believe in a woman's autonomy to make her own choice. And I don't appreciate the federal government denying women the opportunity to make that choice. And we are a provider of women's reproductive health care through the community health centers of Benton County. If you look up the issue for contraception or for abortion, it refers you to the Benton County, community health centers. Don't think we provide abortion services, but we are a source of all other kinds of contraception and women's reproductive health care. So, especially for the poorest and the least privileged women of the community. So from that's the nexus that I see, both just in terms of a right to choose and which I firmly believe in, and the fact that we are a provider of women's reproductive health services to the least fortunate people in the community. I understand completely though, the board doesn't want to step into this.
And I'm not trying to create a polarizing situation, it's just, trying to, when Johan first brought this to me, I was like, my gut tells me that that's something that we don't want to do. But yet recognizing that I don't know everything and that I have different views than others. And so that's why I checked with the institution and shared with each one of you. And I, after then talking with Johan as a follow-up, it's like, draft something and let's take a look at it. So that's really how we ended up yesterday with me giving you those copies individually. And it certainly doesn't prevent one commissioner, Commissioner Israel, wants to, share sentiments. But if the board doesn't want to take any action on it, that's, your prerogative. It doesn't prohibit one commissioner from using the information. But I'm just looking for a little direction for Johan and I is, do you as a board need anything additional from staff? Do you have any direction for staff?
I suspect this also came up in the context of the book club, because most of the book club readers are women, and acutely aware at this point of women's voices not being heard, and that's part of the reason that he felt strongly about it. I did have one person bring this up this last weekend at the civics training, asking, why weren't there any local elected leaders taking a stand?
So I kind of assumed we would get a bunch of emails about it, and we didn't, and so then that just, okay.
Yeah.
So
As in zero?
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything in writing from anyone.
Yeah. So again, it's important, it's controversial. I don't know, I feel more comfortable with just individual commissioners saying their part versus us sort of making an overarching declaration for the whole county. And partly, like Pat said, it's not really our decision anyway, we can't control it locally in the county. I see it from both sides.
I think that's a really slippery slope.
I know. And there's other things like the storming of the Capitol that I was all for, like, let's condemn it, I just think abortion and the guns are the two things that I maybe don't want to try to get in the weeds about right now.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, so to summarize, I hear two commissioners saying as a board, you don't want to take any action. I heard one commissioner saying you have an interest in using that information as you.
Can I reach out to Johan directly?
You bet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, if you want time at a meeting, whatever to say it or whatever, I don't know, we can probably arrange that.
That way we can be on the record.
Okay, so staff won't take any action, they're gonna contact Johan, just have a communication on what you prepared there, and you plan to use it, but we as staff won't be bringing anything to the board officially on this topic for you to adopt or endorse.
And I appreciate the way you handle it and getting Johan to clarify what he had in mind. On the Washington County folks, was there 4 people signing it?
Don't know that he,
I'm not sure, was that, were your signatures included?
I saw him somewhere.
yeah, he linked it, it was linked to the email and I,
Yeah, did you get to one? There should be.
oh,
copies
I
of
have
it.
not read through all of it. Yes, you're right. There are 4 out of 5 commissioners that signed on in Washington County.
I meant to look up 5th one.
Or, yeah, you never know. Yeah.
Okay, commissioners, well, you know, I told Melanie earlier today, I think we're getting done early.
That's what I thought too, and then we just spent an hour on commission.
We're 5 minutes ahead of schedule, it's not as early as I was anticipating.
All right, well, 12:54, we're adjourned. Or 2:54, sorry. So one thing I noticed is when it's on Zoom, full screen, I can't see my clock on my computer.
Oh,
And there's no clocks in here.
So
So like,
we have clocks on the list.
Okay.
We're getting clocks.
And for the other conference room as well.
so I'm sitting here just blah, 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 I'm like, oh, what time is it? How long have we been spending?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner, are you okay if I unplug you?
Yes, please, thank you.